So I recently survived 1,000 days in my hardcore Minecraft world, and we built some pretty dang insane things so far. We've transformed the Nether from hell into heaven, built one of the most unique and insane trading halls of all time, and much, much more. I'm really happy with how far we've come in this world, so I thought I would put it all together into one massive movie for you guys to enjoy. So enough chatting, grab some snacks, sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy. This is hardcore Minecraft. No respawns, one life, and no second chances. In this video, I'll be building my dream world spawn filled with tons of lore and storyline in the hopes of continuing this world long term. That being said, let the journey begin. So I spawned in, punched a tree, and immediately began terrorizing the local village. I think 20 planks is good for now. See if this house has anything for me. I mean, I'll take it. After looting my first chest of the world, I made some tools, grabbed some food, stole a bed, looted another chest, and said hi to this guy. What's up, buddy? After that, I spotted an old friend and decided it was time to settle an age-old dispute. I'm sorry, bro. I hate to do this, I really do. And with the remnants of my old friend, I was able to make an iron pickaxe and get some more iron from the side of this hill. Alright, I think I'm ready to get going. For the build I have planned, I need to mine a ridiculous amount of stone and deep slate and generally just gather a ton of other materials, so diamond tools were absolutely necessary. So I set out to find a cave ASAP. Oh, this looks pretty good. I ended up finding this cave that looked pretty promising, but before diving headfirst into it, I smelted up the rest of the iron I had to make a bucket and a shield. And I should probably grab a little bit more wood. In we go. I already don't like this. I'll take this. Chill out. Chill out. Chill, bro. Oh my... Dude. I should be a bit more careful. Let's grab this iron. I think that's plenty for now. Let's smelt it up. Yeah, guys, so long story short, the rest of the cave was kind of a dud. I basically only found more iron and a little bit of lapis, so I decided to smelt up the iron, make full iron gear, and continue my journey to find a better cave. Oh, I see something. Oh, this looks better. Oh, this looks much better. Okay, that's a lot of mobs. Just ignore them, just ignore them, just ignore them, just ignore them. Just run. That's a dead end for sure. Oh, okay. Damn. Bro, really? Alright, this looks like it could lead somewhere. Oh yeah, this is better. Let's just... Damn! Did I just hit him with his own arrow? Nah, surely not. Alright, how do I get down here? Or do we just send it down? Just... Oh my... Dude. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. Okay. That was a close one. I'll take this iron. Let's just slowly but surely get down here. I found this tiny crevice in the wall and it actually led to a mine shaft, so I spent the next couple minutes exploring the mine shaft. You can never have too much iron. Oh yeah, baby. I see something. Okay, let's get to it. First diamonds of the world. Let's go. Oh, heaps more. So there wasn't really anything else of interest in this mine shaft, so I just grabbed a few other resources and decided to head out. Alright, I'm done. This way, I think? Oh, I'll take that. $18, that'll do. I don't need more iron, do I? Okay, so I did get a little sidetracked, but I promise after grabbing some obsidian for the enchantment table, I did actually get out of the cave. Okay, look, I'm actually leaving now. And, oh, there's a village. Nice. Alright, I think this will do just fine. Before committing to a big build, I need to lock in the mid-game essentials. Things that maximize efficiency and minimize the risk of losing everything. Those things include max tools and gear, paper, iron, a reliable food source, totems for insurance, and eventually elytra for mobility. Once those are in place, everything becomes much faster and way safer. And the fastest way to lock all of that in starts with villages. All right, let's make a few tools. And I should probably make a chest. Once I dumped everything into the chest and started getting my life in order, I started growing some carrots because we'll need them eventually and excavating the land in which I'll build the farm. Block this guy in here, and that is the villager breeder done. I also started a small wheat farm and trapped a few animals since their resources will come in handy later. Oh, okay. Okay, sick. Okay, anyways, moving on. All right, let's get started building this iron farm. Let's find a spot for this farm. It has to be far enough away from the village to actually work, so I think this will do. Okay, so at this point I realized I hadn't actually named the name tag, so it wouldn't work if I tried putting it on the zombie. So I spent the rest of the night mining iron to make an anvil and continued building in the morning. Okay, round 2, let's try this again. Okay, now we just gotta wait for a zombie to spawn. Alright buddy, you've been chosen. Follow me please. Alright, now we can continue with the rest of the farm. Alright boys, this is your new home. Oh, my bad. Okay, close this up. Okay, we have our first golem. And that is the iron farm complete. After I finished building the iron farm, I built a quick and easy automatic cooked chicken farm for food, a tiny sugarcane farm for paper, and an infinite lava source for some fuel. From this point on, especially going into raids and the Ender Dragon fight, I wanted to grab a few more diamonds to make full gear for extra protection. Okay, we're gonna have to go a little deeper than this. Okay, I feel like we're getting... Oh no. Am I gonna do this now? Oh, there's so many diamonds down here. I have to do it. Just gonna be as quiet as I possibly can. What's the best way to get down here? Sure, that'll do. Should I destroy this? I don't really know how this works. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay, do I destroy this, maybe? Okay, probably not. Dude, guys, I'm kind of bad at this game. I don't really know how this works. I'm just gonna get rid of these. Okay, I think I'm chilling right now. All right, we're good, we're good. Oh, okay, I'll take that. Guys, this is easy. Efficiency hoe, I'll take that. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Is he chasing me or is he not? Okay, I can't see him. I think we're good. I can't see him. I'm just gonna sneak around this entire corner. Okay, I think we're chilling. I can't really see him. Oh, okay, we're not chilling. He's right there. One more chest can't hurt. All right, I should start heading out of here soon, I think. I think I'm being a little greedy. I just love all the loot. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, I'm out. I'm actually out this time. I'm getting a little too confident. I'll just grab these. All right, let's craft some diamond gear in case he comes back. That noise was so terrifying. Okay, mission accomplished. Full diamond gear. That's what we came here to do. Okay, now I gotta find my way out. One more chest won't hurt, surely. He's not gonna pop. Okay, my bad. Yeah, that's my sign to leave. I'm definitely not gonna go back to where I came from, so I'm just gonna mine my way out of here. Oh, sick. Okay, that was little terrifying. It's now time to start preparing for the Ender Dragon fight so we can acquire our elytra, build our XP farm, and grab a few shulker shells to make carrying materials a lot easier. This of course means we'll need to get some blaze rods and some ender pearls. Alright, we made it. I hear at least 2 blazes somewhere. Are they underneath? Okay, sick. I'll just farm them here then. Okay, I'm always getting a little too greedy. I think 12's enough. Yeah, 12's fine. I'm out. Let's see if I can remember how to get back. Alright, mission accomplished. Blaze rods. Now, before going back into the nether to scour for ender pearls, I decided to do one minor thing to ensure my safety. Okay, let's drink this. And I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be. So bring on the raid. Oh, there they are. Yeah, get him, Golem. Yes, I like that. Yeah, you knock him up and I'll finish him. Good stuff, man. I'm loving this teamwork. Okay, next wave. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, go Golem. I love this guy. Yeah, I kid you not, I spent about 15 minutes looking for this wave. Turns out they all spawned underground in this ravine. Just gonna sleep so I don't get attacked by every other mob in the game. Yeah, go for it. Fight amongst yourselves. Okay, don't shoot me though. Close the door! Don't tell me they're down here again. Of course, you're there. You deserve this. Oh, that's a little terrifying. Ooh, okay, I gotta be a little more careful. Where is this last guy? Ooh, totem. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna come back for that. Okay. Alright. I'm just gonna go in. I'm just going in. I'm 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 going in. Okay. Now, why do they insist on spawning in the stupidest spots? Oh my god. Okay, we did it. Alright, now we have to find a warped forest. I think I'll just go for the classic boat strat. Go on, get in, please. Thank you. Alright, I think 16's good. Let's head back. Alright, fair enough. Craft the Eyes of Ender. Grab the beds. And let's be off. This game is so stunning. Look at that sunset. That angle is a lot different from before. Okay, yeah, it's literally right here. Let's go down. And this is it, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is good. I'll come back for these books another time. Oh, my. Get rid of this ASAP. All right. Three, two, one. Okay, we've made it. Okay, gotta be real careful. Just go set this up. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, we're good. What? I did not look at you. Hold on, I need to get my water out. This. What? Oh shoot. No, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Okay, good start. Good start. We've already popped a totem. Let me hop in this real quick. Sort myself out. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Totally fine. All under control. Nope. I can't die. Nope. 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 Not popping another totem. Not popping another totem today. Not today. Not today. Not today. Not today. Not popping the only totem I have right now. Okay, I think we're under control. I need to make like a little safe space. Why am I so bad at this game? Oh, we need F3B, yep. Okay. That's a perch. All right, go. Move! Bro, move! Oh my goodness. Like, why was that the worst showcase of skill ever? I'm so sorry you had to witness that. The egg has been acquired. With the Ender Dragon defeated, there was only one more thing I needed to do in the end, and that thing was to get the Elytra. Alright, let's head through the portal. And I suppose I'll have to bridge out a little bit. Get rid of this guy quickly. Quick snap. And the wings are ours. Nice. And we're back home. We're getting really close to being able to start the big build, but I still need a raid farm for emeralds and an XP farm so I can enchant my gear. I can't believe these are all the materials we need. Alright, let's grab a villager. Seems to be someone in here. Can you hop in the boat for me, please? Thank you. Sure, you can hop in too. Can you cooperate, please? Oh, stop. Sorry. I feel like my elytra might break. Oh well, you only live once. Alright, let's get cracking on this farm. Alright, that's the farm done. I have a bottle from earlier, so let's quickly test it out. Yeah, alright, seems to work perfectly fine. I then headed back into the Nether to build this quick and easy Enderman farm for XP. With those two farms in order, it was now time to begin trading and maximizing my equipment. Alright, I think this patch of land here is pretty good. Just gonna clear it out. For now, I just want to trap the villagers in these little cages. Don't worry, I'll decorate and make a proper trading hall later on. Okay, I'll take efficiency 5. Nice, mending, alright. Okay, combine this and combine that. That's the elytra done. Upgrade my tools a little bit. Okay, not a bad start. I realized that I was going to need a lot more emeralds to complete these trades and max out my gear and equipment, which means I need a lot more ominous bottles to do a lot more raids. So, enjoy this 30-second time lapse of me building the ominous bottle farm. With the AFK platform in place, the farm was done. I didn't bother optimizing the spawn area because I got enough bottles as it was. After farming raids for about 10 minutes, I was ready to complete the rest of my trades. This should be plenty. Combine these. Okay, axe is done. Bruh. Sharpness 5. Add that to the sword. Grab mending for it. Helmet's done. Oh, I need more XP. Off to the XP farm, I guess. And this should be a bit more efficient because I have sharpness. Far out, man. Okay, back to it. That's the helmet done. Make Swift Sneak 3. Feather Falling 4. Combine those, combine that. Add it to the boots, and that's the boots done. With maxed out tools and gear checked off the list, there was one more thing to do before starting the big build. Oh, finally, there's one. Oh, yes, another one. No, 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 no. Stop, stop. Ooh, get out, get out, get out, get out. Get me out, get me out. Oh, is that a skull? That's a skull, nice. We've done it. We've done it, we've done it. That's 3. Let's get out of here. We did it. Mission accomplished. Bring it on, Wither. There it is. The final piece of the puzzle. While I install the beacon at the world center, I thought I'd share my inspiration for this build. I want this world to be very lore-driven. I want all the builds to make sense and have some sort of coherent meaning. I want it to feel like this world is occupied and has life and real history to it. For this build, I'm imagining the people of this planet have traveled to the world center to find a beam of otherworldly energy, something of which they can only credit to that of a higher power. Astounded by this gift, they chose to build an underground sacred room of worship to protect and give thanks to this divine gift. The origin, meaning, and function of this world core to this day is unknown. Many theories have risen, religions around it have come and gone, and speculations continue. I think it's really important to have lore and story behind a long-term world like this. It helps maintain passion and interest and opens up so many unique opportunities for builds that hold meaning and personality. I'm really excited to continue this series and find new and interesting build ideas, but for now, I hope you enjoy me building this one. And I'm thinking spruce logs for the support beams of the walls, so I suppose I should get a few of those. For the walls, I decided to go with a gradient of blackstone bricks, deep slate tiles, and deep slate bricks. I've been seeing this concept of a void floor going around recently, so I thought I'd implement it in the center of the room. But for that, I was going to have to venture outside for some materials. Okay, so now we just got to excavate and fill in the sides. Alright, that's the void floor done, and honestly, I'm really happy with that. I think it looks really cool. Then it was time to start working on the floor. I went for this run-down, ancient-looking vibe with a lot of scattered, chaotic block placement while still maintaining symmetry and cleanliness. Alright, that's essentially the whole lower half of the room complete. I then went into creative mode to design these pillars and realized for them to even work, I would have to excavate the roof by a couple more blocks. I'm also going to need a lot of quartz. Wow, can't catch a break. Alright, that's the last pillar done. I then messed around with the walls a little bit just to try and achieve a little bit more depth, and ended up coming up with some pretty cool patterns that allowed the light to seep through the walls a little bit. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now we just got to design the top half. Okay, and that's looking pretty good. And then on the right and left hand side, I'll have like some wood support beams sort of connect along the top. The very last part of the room to finish was the roof. I decided to go for a bit of a run-down look, almost as if the land above is slowly caving in on the room. Okay, last few touches here. We just got to remove the chests, add the rings, and we're basically done. And I'd say that's just about complete. And you know what? I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. Yeah, it looks nice. I'm proud of this. And with the sun setting on day 99, there was only one thing left to do before day 100. I have a major problem. In the last episode, we built this underground base and it looks really cool, but I'm homeless. All of our stuff is either in this chest monster here or way back near the starting area from episode 1. So today, I'm going to be building the perfect world settlement. I'm building a home, a place we can store all of our precious goods, a place for pets and sentiment, and a place we can return to after long journeys and massive future build projects. So we begin, as every build project does, by gathering some materials. First things first, we're going to need another beacon to mine all this diorite, so... yeah, this is going to take a while. Yes, that's one. Oh, no way, dude. That was like 2 seconds after the first one. I have a feeling this guy has my last one. Oh, I knew it, man. Yes, okay, I'm out of here, bro. All right, we made it back. Let's make our way down this hole nice and safely. Okay. Round 2, baby. And here we go. Oh my God. Okay, Took a little bit of damage there, but we got there in the end. All right, that's officially our second nether star of the world, and soon to be our second beacon. Now we just got to check if we have enough iron to actually build the beacon. I think this is enough. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's enough. All right, let's craft big boy beacon. And beacon number 2. I'm going to head back to the cave from episode 1 because I think I remember seeing some diorite along the walls. So if I set the beacon up right in the middle, I should be sweet to just mine here. Whoa, not today, buddy. Oh my god, what is this? King of the Hill? Far out. No! Anyways, give it a sacrifice and haste 2. Let's get to work. After spin-botting diorite for about 10 minutes, we had gathered enough according to my calculations. However, I'm usually wrong about this kind of thing, so we'll probably be back soon. Alright, it's time to make another chest monster. Diorite acquired. We're also going to need deep slate, which we already have a ton of from episode 1. The next thing I'm going to need before we can start outlining the build is a ton of spruce logs, so it's time to upset the environmentalists and do some deforestation. Alright, I don't even know if this is enough, but I kind of just want to start building as soon as I can, so I'm happy to just come back if I need any more. Could anything worse have spawned? That is the devil as a Minecraft mob. Alright, spruce logs check. Guys, I lied. I actually need white concrete powder as well. After we get that, on my life, we'll start building. Time to dig. Okie dokie, time to mine just a few blocks. Alrighty then, the terrain has been excavated, so I'm ready to start building the structure now. I'm pretty happy to tear down this beacon at this point then. I don't think we'll be needing it all that much. So now we need to start figuring out the dimensions and sketching out the general shape of the build. And to do that, I'm going to start by building up the walls and the towers first. Alright, that's pretty much the shape of the build in terms of the walls and the towers. I know it looks kinda ugly now, but once everything else is in place, it'll make sense. The next thing I want to do is put the support beams and the roof outline in, so I guess let's waste no time and get to work on that. Alrighty, I think we can hop down now. How should we get down? Yeah, I'm pretty cool. Make sure you subscribe for more MLG plays like that. So that's the support beams and the roof outline done, and it looks pretty good. It's definitely coming along nicely. Once we get the roofing in, it'll for sure turn it up a notch. So I'm excited to get cracking on that and see how it turns out. I want to structure this video in a way where I build a bit, gather a few materials, build a bit more, and so on, just so you don't have to sit here and watch me build for 30 minutes straight. So after we get this roof in, we'll definitely need to gather a lot more stuff. Alright, that is the roof done. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it looks pretty nice. While I venture out to gather more materials and before starting the remainder of the build, I want to complete a few side quests in the meantime to make this world really feel like home. Those side quests are taming a cat, horse, parrot, and of course a dog, so I have a best friend for this world, and I would love to have my first ever happy gust fly around the world with me. The good news is there's been this cat lurking around the build site for the whole time, which makes our first side quest a pretty easy one. And I'll need to go fishing. Okay, this is fun, but I'm just gonna kill these guys. Alright, let's go tame a cat. As far as I can remember, I'm pretty sure if you just hold the fish in your hand and approach the cat like really quietly while sneaking, it should just come to you. No, come back. Stop running away from me. I have fish for you. Come back. Come here, boy. Alright, that wasn't too much trouble. Now you just stay here and make friends with Mr. Cow while I think of a name for you. You know what? I'm going to let the viewers pick the name. So throughout the episode, if you come up with names for the pets, let me know down in the comments below and I'll be sure to name them in the next episode. I then realized that I was going to need a decent amount of pearlescent frog lights for this build. And considering that I generally like to build with frog lights anyway, I set out on what I thought would be an easy farm build. Okay, so for this build, we'll need 7.5 stacks of blocks, 9 carpets, 9 hoppers, 2 chests, 1 glass, 4 slabs, 6 ladders, and 1 bucket of powdered snow. So the only thing we're missing is the snow, meaning after we fetch that, we can begin building the farm. I believe this is powdered snow. Seems good to me. Let's go build the farm. I need to get down onto that bridge. Oh, I found it. Okay, let's set up here. Okay, now I gotta get down to the ground floor. Yeah, nice. Ooh. Oh no. Man, this is gonna be tough. Now's our chance. I really should have brought fire resistance, shouldn't I? Okay, now we have to connect everything. I hope the power of editing made that look somewhat easy, because I never want to go through that again. Of course, we spawn underground. Let's go get some frogs. Oh my god. I found him. My new best friend. Come. Okay, bro. What? He really just gobbled up 26 of my seeds. Stop eating my seeds. Thank you, we got him. You are a greedy, greedy bird. Oh my god. He matches us as well. All right, hang in there, buddy. There you go. Now we just gotta wait for them to hatch. Woo! Now, because tadpoles hatch into different types of frogs in different biomes, we need to let them mature in this jungle so we get the warm frog variant. Alright, now we just gotta wait for this guy to grow up. I hear frogs. Yes! Okay, now we just gotta get him into the portal. Yep, go on. Go on. All of you, go through. That's it. That's it. Yep, you next. You. Thank you. Oh. Did I just kill the frog? I just killed it. And you. Now we can tear the portal down. Go like this. And we're done. I AFK'd the farm for about 10 minutes just to get enough for the build, but I'll definitely add more frogs to this farm in the future. Oh! Almost died just then. Anyways, it's time to start detailing the build. I need a ton of mud for the build and also for terraforming, so I'm going to go to the swamp real quick. Okay, I think that's enough. I'm ready to head back. After gathering materials for about half an hour, give or take, I was ready to start detailing the build. Add the finishing touches, and I think that's just about the interior done. I'm not entirely sure what to do with this big open area. Also, these lights sticking out are kind of bothering me, but that's a future problem. Maybe you guys can help me with that. I'll do a proper tour later on, but for now I think I'm ready to move in. Alright, and I want to keep everything pretty organized early on, just so I don't have to reorganize everything later on, because that can be a long process and it's pretty messy. Yeah, so scrap the staying organized thing. That was taking way too long. So I'm just going to build a massive storage room for every single item in a future episode. On another note, we've removed all of the chests from this area, so we can move on to removing the original chest. Whoa, that looks sick. Let's do a drive-by. Damn, what a cool guy. Now this is basically just the farm area, which is good. Ow. That's just about everything. Now I want to go back to the jungle and grab the parrot because I may have left him behind. So I'm gonna quickly move the cat upstairs and then we can head to the jungle. All right, you stay there. I'll be back in a minute. Uh-oh. I can't remember where I left him. I think it was here somewhere. Oh, shoot. Is he alive? Ooh, I'm starting to get worried. Oh. So after reviewing the footage, I found the rough coordinates of where I left him, and after a bit of searching, I managed to find it. Hey buddy, that's you, isn't it? Yeah, get on my shoulder. Off we go. Oh my god. Do you even know how to fly, mate? I thought you were a bird. So are you gonna cooperate and fly with me or not? Or are you gonna make us walk all the way back? You are causing so much trouble for me. That is the first time you've actually done what I've asked you to. I love you, but that was a lot to go through. All right, it's time to make a saddle so we can find a horse. You bloody... Now I gotta fill this hole. Okay. Dude, I love this game. Oh, man. Back to the main goal. I would love to make up some sentimental story about why I'm choosing this horse, but low-key, high-key, low-key, he's just the closest. I mean, that's kind of sentimental in a way. He's obviously very fond of the build. Oh my god, you look amazing. I love you. I can't wait till you have a name, buddy. God, you're cool. What the f... Okay, Fez, do what you need, bro. Alright, now it's time to start terraforming the land around just a little bit. I'm not going to go too crazy on this, but I want to go crazy enough so that there's a bit of atmosphere to the build. Also, I did a bit of research on how to undry the happy ghast. You basically just leave it in water for a while till it wets up a bit. So while I terraform the land, we can check that off the list simultaneously. Alright, so I just leave you there until you get big, I guess. Alright, let's begin with the terraforming. I basically want to have this big hot spring that's almost perfectly spherical, but cracked open a bit. Almost as if it's kind of fallen from space and then broken on impact to release a bunch of water. So yeah, that's kind of the idea. Let's just get started on it. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so cute. Hello. I'll be back. Oh my god, it's so cute. Oh my god. I'm so happy right now. Is this gonna work? How do I do this? Ah, I see. Wow. Can I ride it? Oh my god, this is so cool. Anyways, back to the build. So the bottom of the river and the sides of the river are filled in. So now we have to fill the hot spring to the top with water and then have it flow down the river. Alright, that's basically the river and the hot spring done. The only other thing I want to do is just bone meal the land so it looks a little bit more natural. Okay, final touches. Guys, I think that's it. Let's hop on the happy ghast and take a look. Moment of truth. Whoa, dude. Nice. I love it. Very happy with this. Maybe potentially some more bamboo, maybe a house there, some trees, but overall, I'm pretty happy with it. It turned out pretty much how I wanted it to. With the build complete, there was one thing we needed to do. Oh, yes. Hey, buddy. Welcome to the family. Follow me. And there we have it. Our little family of pets. We have the dog, the cat, the parrot, the coolest horse ever, and of course, one mistake, one miscalculation, one wrong step can cost everything. And that's why today I become indestructible, obtaining the best armor, best tools, and the best weapons in the entire game. And at the end, building an ethereal room of eternal life, the sacred cave of invincibility. Now, before we begin our main mission, as promised, I'm going to name all of the pets based on the top comments from the last video, which means I'm going to need 5 name tags, but we only have 1 at the moment. So I began today's endeavors by farming up some emeralds. Okay. Alright, it's time. Everyone please welcome Cow, Rio, Duckling, the greedy parrot, Sendirian for the horse, which I think is a pretty cool name for a pretty cool horse. And the last one is the Happy Ghast. Now I'm going to hold off on this one for a while until I find something that really speaks to me. Anyways, now that that's out of the way, it's time to get on with our real mission. As mentioned earlier, the goal of this video is to become absolutely invincible, which can't be possible until I complete these 3 phases. Phase 1 is obtaining fully enchanted netherite armor. Phase 2 will be upgrading all of my tools to netherite. And phase 3 is obtaining all of the best weapons in the game, including the spear, bow, trident, and the infamously rare mace. With that in mind, let's begin phase 1. Alright, for phase 1, we already have a pretty decent start since all of our armor is basically completely maxed out enchantment-wise, meaning the only thing we really need to do is turn it into netherite. To make a full set of netherite armor, you need 16 ancient debris, and if we want ancient debris, there's only one place we need to go. And it wouldn't be a Shinjiru video if I didn't unnecessarily pop a totem at the beginning of the video. Off we go. Ow. Okay, this looks good to me. All right, we're at level 12. Let's do this. Yes! We found some. Let's mine this bad boy up. Let's go, 3. Good start. Yes. Please be more than 1. It was 1. Yippee. Yes. All right, we're making progress. Yes. Nice. All right, as of right now, we have 12 and we need 16. So literally like 4 more and we're good to go. At this point, I had run out of beds, so I decided just to mine with my pickaxe, and I honestly had way more luck this way. Oh, yes, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Isn't it glorious? This might be the most satisfying thing to find in the game. Yeah, that's another. I'll take it. Why, hello there. Little 3 vein. Oh, what? I'm not going to cut that because that's crazy. Wow, another 3 vein. There we go. Move. All right, let's do a check up. All right, so we got 22, which is far more than enough. So we can definitely head out now. Oh, there's another one. Nice. Hey. Hey. All right, we're getting far more than we need, which is actually good. Let's go back. You're telling me this guy has a fire aspect sword in the nether? It's already burning. To the surface we return. Okay, we have our ancient debris, which is perfect. All we need to do now is smelt the ancient debris into netherite scraps and then combine those netherite scraps with gold ingots to make the netherite ingots. All right, so let's smelt these up. All right, while that's melting up, I should mention that all of our diamond armor already have the maximum enchants on them, except for my boots, which are missing soul speed 3. Luckily for us, we have a Soul Speed 2 book and a Soul Speed 1 book, which means if we go to the Nether and we find either a Soul Speed 1 or a Soul Speed 2, we can combine them to make a Soul Speed 3. So let's check that off the list now. I'm going to head back to the bastion that we built our Froglight farm in because I don't believe we looted all of the chests yet. Ugh, this brings back bad memories. We might have to go a bit further down. I'm traumatized from last time when we got absolutely obliterated by piglins. I think I popped two totems last episode fighting piglins, so I'm not exactly excited to be here. Let's hop down here. Yeah, we might have to go over to the other side of the bastion. Uh-oh. We've made the same mistake. Okay, that's why we need netherite armor. That was close. Half a heart. For just $0.00, you can subscribe to Shinjiru to make this moron's life just a little bit better. Thank you. Oh my god. What am I doing, bro? What am I actually doing, like, for real? Ah, that was embarrassing. Ah! Whoa. Hold on. Oh my god, that was scary. That is so daunting. Uh-oh. Get off. Oh, you had to land on the bridge. Oh! See you later. Okay, 2 chests. Here's our chance. Please. Ancient debris. More ancient debris. I don't need that. I need soul speed. Alright, there he goes. There he goes. Okay. Last chance. Here we go. Yes! Oh my god, we got straight up soul speed 3. We don't even need to... Let's go, dude. Okay, I'm out. We got 2 more ancient debris, which is a bonus as well. Alright, let's add soul speed 3 to our boots. Alright, all of our armor is maximally enchanted, which means all we need to do now is turn it into netherite. Wow. Suit it up, baby. Oh, feels good to be great. What do you reckon, mate? He agrees. That's phase 1 complete. And let's add some armor trims to spice things up a bit. Looking pretty good. All right, now it's time for phase 2, which I think is going to be a little easier than phase 1. We already have the best enchantments on our tools, and we have a head start on the netherite thanks to phase 1. But even considering the head start, according to my calculations, we still need 29 ancient debris. So let's quit talking and get to work on this right away. All right, it's time for more netherite. First one of the session. All right, quick little update. We're doing pretty good. Okay, quick announcement. Let's check up on this. We have 41 and we need 40, so we're good. All right, let's grab the ancient debris that we got. Chuck it in the furnace. Now, before we complete this milestone, we can't forget about the most important part, which is wasting a ton of XP and emeralds on putting efficiency and mending on both of our hoes to max them out. All right, we have our tools, we have our netherite ingots, we have our smithing templates. Let's make one step closer to greatness. All right, we're looking so sweet right now. Definitely more fitted for a hardcore world. And that's phase 2 done. Okay, all of our tools are fully enchanted and maxed out to netherite, so now it's time to begin phase 3, which is definitely going to be the hardest phase. Up until this point, I've been whacking everything with my sword since I have no form of ranged attack. So before attempting the trial chamber in pursuit of the trident and mace, I first want to max out a bow, spear, and increase my diamond sword to netherite. So with that being said, let the final phase commence. Oh my days. Holy crap. I think we know what next episode needs to be. All right, let's load these guys up. Make our little dirt cage. All right, so we already have power 5 and unbreaking 3. So all we need is flame, infinity, and punch 2. Infinity, there we go. Okay, sweet, we got infinity. Flame, okay, nice. So now we just need punch 2. Oh my god, that was so easy. All right, so we have all the enchantments we need here. Let's combine them up. Make a bow first. Oh my god. These two, and these two. All right, we are all done. That is our completely maxed out bow. Let's test it out. Nice. All right, let's head back and start working on the sword. Alright, so the sword we currently have has knockback on it, which means every time I hit something, I need to chase it to continue fighting it. So I'm going to create a fresh sword without knockback on it, and after that, upgrade them both to netherite. Alright, so we have all of the enchants that we need for this new and improved sword, and of course we have the fresh sword here, so let's add them together. Some netherite. And we're going to need 2 smithing templates. Oh, we need more diamonds. I don't have any at the moment, I don't think. I guess we're going mining. I'm having a little too much fun with this bow. Anyways, let's go find some diamonds. Yeah, I might just leave now. Okay, back on track. Okay. Okie dokie, we're looking good now. All right, so the spear's been out for a little bit now, but I'm still pretty unfamiliar with how it works. So I did some research, and basically we want pretty much the same enchantments as a sword, except with the new lunge enchantment, which essentially allows me to, well, lunge. We already have a few spears from looting the end cities in episode 1, so I'm just going to take this, remove the enchantments, and then start from scratch. First things first, let's go get ourselves a villager. Trap this guy in here. Alright, so we already have mending and unbreaking from earlier. So now we need fire aspect 2, sharpness 5, and of course lunge, which hopefully we can get now. Oh, can you imagine? Lunge 3, there we go. Alright, we have all the books we need. So let's add them all to the spear now. There we go. We have our maximally enchanted diamond spear. So let's grab a smithing template and our netherite ingots and make ourselves a netherite spear. Oh, that looks sick. That's actually pretty cool. Whoa. Okay, works as expected. Cool. Okay, I'm feeling way more prepared now. Let's go take on the trial chamber. Sendirian, I'm going to need you, mate. Off we go. Let's do it. Whoa. Wait, hold on. Let me charge at him. Get out of here. Get out. Get out. Oh. Oh, we got a key. Oh, nice. Trial key. Oh, what? He can't be... Ow, what? Yes, that key. Oh, it's not a key, it's chicken. Alright, here we go. First vault. Anything decent? Not really. Second vault, here we go. Diamond axe? Pretty rubbish. Alright, we've got another spawner here. Okay, it's chicken again. We need to get to that. We just need to find a key for it. Mace. Trident. Okay, we have one of 2 items checked off the list. Yeah, okay, so at this point, I didn't actually realize how to get the blue keys. I know I'm kind of stupid, but I did a bit of research, and obviously you have to drink a bad omen potion to summon like the harder trials to get the blue key. Whoa. Oh my days. What the? Yes, there it is. Got it. Come on, please. Not quite what we're after. All right, spawner number 2. Wow. Please. Yes, we got another one. All right, let's give this vault a go. Second attempt. Here we go. Oh my God, we actually did it. We have it. That's it. We have both the weapons. We can head back. Okay, so I did some research to figure out if there was anything else I needed from here that I couldn't get elsewhere, and lo and behold, I needed the wind burst enchantment. And let me just tell you, I thought getting the mace would be hard. This was impossible. Here we go. Yes. Oh my God, are you joking? What are the chances of that? Back to back, I think is pretty crazy. If someone knows what the chances of that are, can you put it in the comments? I'd be so curious to know. Slime! Oh my God. Pathetic. Okay, let's go. Nice. Another trim. Another key, let's go. Okay, so we have 3 keys now, but we've used all of the vaults here, so I'm gonna have to find another trial chamber. Please. Oh, please. Please. No! Windburst, please. Oh my days. Look how many arrows are in me. I look like a... Okay, windburst, please. Please, 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 please. Okay, 1. That's okay. That's a good start. We can combine them. Off to another. Let's get to work. Please. Please. Oh. Please, bro. Please. Oh. Please. Please. I need it. Oh my... Please. Are you joking? Come on, trial chamber gods, please. Oh my God, I'm actually begging, please. Just be Windburst 3. Oh my God, Windburst 1. So we just need a Windburst 2 and we're good, bro. Stop. Oh my God. Ah. Oh my God. Stop chasing me. Ow. Where did you come from? Oh my god. Why is he like that? Oh, stop. Get away, get away, get away, get away. Get away right now. Stop, get away right now. Oh my goodness. That was probably the closest we've come to dying so far. I have a good feeling about this. Oh my god. I don't want that. Yes. Oh my god, please, please, please. Okay, Windburst 1. Oh my god, okay, that means one more and we combine all of them to make Windburst 3. Yep. Yep. Oh my god. That has to be it. I've been doing this for hours. Now, at this point, I was really starting to lose hope and motivation. I'd say I showed you guys about 10% of all the footage I collected from that day. I visited over 7 trial chambers and was grinding for over 5 hours, and I was definitely ready to give up and call it a day. I decided I'd give one more chamber a go just to try my luck, and that's when this happened. Oh my god. Oh, we did it. We did it. We actually did it. I've been doing that for hours. I might cry. I actually might cry. Oh, we can finally leave. Let's get out of here, man. Oh, it's good to be back. Thanks for waiting, Sindirian. Okay. Oh, I'm tired. That was rough. Okay, we got him. The final piece of the puzzle. Now it's the fun part. We actually get to add everything together. All right, let's start with the tridents and then we can move on to the mace. Okay, that's all the enchantments for the tridents. Now we can move on to the mace. Okay, that's all for the mace, surprisingly. Let's add them. That is the first trident complete. And the second one done. Let's give it a test. Is it going to come back? Whoa. Damn, that's cool. All right, let's grab one of our 5 heavy cores. And let's craft it up. There we have it. That looks sick. Let's max it out. And we have done it. We have the best weapon in the game and the best everything in the game. We are basically invincible. Let's test this thing out. Damn, that's so much fun to use. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially completed our 3 phases. We have obtained the best armor in the game, the best tools in the game, and of course, the best and rarest weapons in the game. Feeling pretty good about this world. Let's begin the build. Today's build is on theme with the video's invincibility concept. I'm building an ancient cave of eternal life, a cave of undying. After the meteorite from episode 2 impacted the planet, a suspicious aura radiated from underneath the hot spring. After excavating a tunnel to this cave, the people of the world noticed that this cave had interesting properties and effects. They noticed that while in this cave, immortality took effect, preventing sickness, injury, and even death. However, once you left the cave, regular mortality would resume. Learning this information, the people of the planet took the sick and ill to this cave to save them from their inevitable mortality. Unfortunately, this would only result in more devastation and chaos, as doing this created a new form of being, a state of being known as the undead, which now tragically roam the planet, causing havoc during the nighttime. If you guys want to explore this build for yourself, the world download and schematic file are both available through my YouTube membership program via the join button on my channel. You'll receive a ton of other perks too, including early access to my videos, member shoutouts, an exclusive role in my Discord server, and many more. The heart of this channel will always be free, but if you have some spare change and you want to support the channel, the option is always there and I would greatly appreciate it. Either way, thank you for being here. Anyways, I thought this build was a cool way to explain the existence of zombies in my Minecraft world and how they came to be in the first place. No totem, 1 HP, and a creeper half a second away from exploding right in my face. And the only thing standing between me and losing my entire world, a single piece of bamboo. I began today's episode preparing for a massive build project, but realized I need a ton of farms and thousands of blocks to pull this off. I mean, the project is literally already built in my creative world, I just need the farms and materials for it. And in building the farms, I felt guilty leaving them bland and not decorated, so I decided I would focus on building one of the most aesthetic moss farms I've ever created, since this was one of the first farms on my checklist. But first, I need 7,000 warped logs for this big project, so I started by building a simple wood farm. Okay, so I'm gonna need roughly 2 stacks of building blocks and roughly 2 stacks of slabs, and also 25 stripped logs, which I'll go get now. This could be the last time we use our bare hands to chop down a tree. Alright, that was fun. Okay, we got a little bit more than we needed there, but you can never have too much wood, hence why we're making the wood farm. Right, now let's strip the wood. Okay, 25 strip logs done. We also need 2 buckets of water, 11 leaves. We need a boat. There we go. A redstone torch and I think 7 redstone dust. 2 wooden pressure plates, a dropper, and a bunch of hoppers, which I guess we'll need to go to the iron farm for. All right, we have our iron. All right, let's grab some chests. 6 hoppers, done. 2 levers. 12 chests, 10 fence gates. We also need 4 stairs, done. 3 observers, 3 glass panes, 1 sign, 3 pistons. All we need now is a piece of TNT. Pretty easy. That's everything we need. Now we gotta find a space to build the farm. I'm thinking on this little mound here. And I'll probably need to flatten this land out just a little bit. I think down to the level I'm standing at's probably fine. Alright, that's the land excavated. Took less amount of time than I thought it would, but now we can get started on building the actual farm. So let's plop our shulker box here and get to work on this. Okay, that's the outline for the collection part. Oh, very cool. Alright, that was easy. Now we need to build the TNT duper. By the way, how do you guys think I should decorate this tree farm? If you have any good ideas, feel free to drop them in the comments below. Alright, let's give it a test. Please, don't blow up. Cool. Look at that tracing. Can you tell I played Rainbow Six Siege for like 5 years? Anyways, I'm getting distracted. I think the last thing we need to do is build like the sapling return system, and then that's about it. All right, let's tear down the temporary blocks and give it a test. Oh, wait, I just realized we're going to need a constant supply of bone meal to actually run this farm. I guess we can make a quick bone meal farm. I mean, as always, we can't really start building until we have the materials, so cue the montage, I guess. Okay, I think that's more or less everything we need. Let's get building. All right, I'm thinking of building it in this section here for a particular reason I have in mind, which I'll tell you later. But for now, as long as it's close enough to the river, it should work just fine. And I want to build the farm underneath the ground, so I'm probably going to need to excavate quite a bit. So I'll see you guys when I've dug out the ground. Okie dokie, we've cleared out the area, which means we can start working on the actual farm. I guess I just start building as if this is the ground and then adapt the space accordingly as I need to. And the first step is more mining. Cool. All right, I think that's everything in place. Let's give it a test. I think we need to bone meal this here. Yep, looks like it's working like it should. Okay, so now that the farm's up and running, I'm going to take a bit of time to explain my idea for this build. All right, so the plan is basically I want to have the moss pop out from underneath the river using dispensers. So it's like there's moss generating on the floor of the river and it's flowing downstream, all while the moss man in the moss house is going to collect up all of the moss, turn it into bone meal, and then send it through an underground tunnel to the tree farm. I don't know if I sound absolutely crazy, but that's the idea. And I think the first part in the course of action is to actually build the house, just so you guys can get an idea for how the build is actually going to look. I promise it'll make sense eventually. Okay, the first material I'm going to need is green terracotta. So I think it's time that we visit our first Badlands of the series. I don't think green terracotta spawns naturally, so the game plan here is just to mine up a ton of terracotta and then dye it later on. I should probably get some music on or something. Alright, so we got about 20 stacks there, which is definitely enough for the build. So the only thing we need to do before we head back is get the green dye, which means we're gonna need these. I think we gathered enough here. I'm gonna plant them when we get back home and let them grow out while we collect the rest of the materials. So I think this is fine for now. And we'll just make a temporary little farm here. Nothing permanent. Alright, that should be enough for now. And when we come back, they should be fully grown. Remember a couple of episodes ago when I said I'd add more frogs to the froglight farm eventually? Well, I need the verdant version of the froglight. So after planting the cactus, I embarked on a mission to obtain the cool frog variant. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we made it back to the good old swamp. And I think these are our old friends from before. So let's breed them up. Oh, this is nostalgic. Oh, shoot, they hatched. All right, let's collect them up. Wait, can they suffocate without water? Oh my god, they are. No, stop. I should have... I don't know what I was doing there, to be honest. Anyways, let's go back. We have arrived. All right, I'm going to build the portal inside the farm yet again, so that once we hatch the correct frogs in the correct biome, we can send them straight through the portal and into the farm. Oh, not this cave again. All right, so I'm going to mark down the coordinates here and then build a corresponding portal on the nether roof. Okay, so let's light it up, but I'm not going to go through it yet. I'm going to let the frogs hatch first and then take them onto the nether roof and through the portal. Okay, we've made our way to the end because the end is technically one of the biomes that allows tadpoles to hatch into the cold variant of frog. And I think getting them from here to the farm is going to be way easier. So I'm going to AFK here for a bit, and once these hatch, I'll take them through the portal, through another portal, through another portal, and then another portal to the Froglight farm. Actually, I'm going to build a portal while they hatch. This is the right spot. Okay, wow. Is my aim that bad? Anyways, we should link up. Yep, seems good to me. All right, so the frogs hatched and I did successfully get them into the farm. However, the footage corrupted for that whole journey. So I guess enjoy this cute cinematic montage of me taking the frogs for a little journey. Alrighty, I think we've fixed the recordings and let's check the frog lights. Perfect. I think that's definitely enough for the build. Let's get out of here. So for the base of the build, we're going to need a ton of stony materials like tuff, cobblestone, mossy cobblestone, and andesite. Luckily for us, we already have a ton of those materials here, so we can get started on the build straight away. So I'm just going to get the base in now and then collect the rest of the materials later. All right, so I think I'm just going to go in with these blocks here and just alternate between them sort of randomly until we get this kind of corroded, mossy wall look. Guys, now is not the time. I really need to light up this area. All right, let's try this again, shall we? Alright, I think that's probably high enough there. Let's have a look. Yeah, sweet. Oh, and that's going to look really nice with the green of the bamboo. Oh my god, okay. I'm excited for this build. Alright, I'm moving on to obtaining the green concrete now. I think we should have enough gravel and sand in here to make enough. Yeah, looks like we have a decent amount of gravel, but not a lot of sand. So I'm going to quickly go mine some of that up. Okay, honestly, I think that's enough. We really don't need that much. In terms of the cactus, it didn't grow that much, but I think it's going to be okay still. All right, let's go make some dye. Now we wait for that to smelt up. Okay, let's check on the dye. Done, 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 and done. Okay, let's chuck these in here just in case we need some more. All right, let's create all these materials. Green terracotta, check. That is all of the lime terracotta we need. And we have our green concrete powder, which I can turn into regular concrete later on. And I think we're good to go. I forgot to mention, but I also needed to craft up a few bits and bobs, mainly out of wood items. So enjoy this game-changing transition. All right, guys, are you ready for this sick transition? Boom. That was so lame. I'm sorry for keeping that in. Okay, that's the main chunk of the roof complete. Let's hop on the happy gas and take a look. Come here, bro. Ooh, yeah, I like that a lot. It goes really nicely with the bamboo. Now we can go in with our support beams and outline the entire build. Okay, so we're approaching the end of sort of putting in the support beams and the outline of the build. Let's take a look again. Yeah, nice. The color scheme is popping off. So I guess all we need to do is just add a few more details, touch things up a little bit, and then we can work on the interior. I was just about to begin detailing the build when something insane happened. I'll let you watch it first and then explain how I was half a second away from losing my entire world. Now you might be thinking, Shinjiru, you pop totems all the time. Why is this time so different? Well, let's rewind and take a closer look. So there I am, innocently trimming the bamboo when the first creeper explodes right in my face, popping my totem and putting me down to 1 base heart. Unbeknownst to me, a second creeper has snuck around the corner and has already begun priming. Extremely vulnerable and stripped of the insurance of an equipped totem, an explosion from this range absolutely ends the hardcore series and the world itself. That's when something incredible happens. Let's take a really close look at what happens next. When a creeper is ready to explode, it stops moving, primes for exactly 1.5 seconds or 30 game ticks, and then explodes. And as we can observe, given the white glow of the second creeper, it's primed and it's totally ready to end me. But it doesn't. Instead, it deprimes, redirects its path, and then reprimes, in which I'm given just enough time to jump away and equip another totem. But why? The trigger range of a creeper is 3 blocks, and we were 2 blocks apart, so it wasn't the range. So what was it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can confidently tell you that it was this single piece of bamboo. The single piece of bamboo that saved my 300-day-old hardcore world. In the panic of the first explosion, I frantically and completely coincidentally positioned myself so that the bamboo landed directly in the line of sight of the creeper, causing my hitbox to become unseeable to the creeper, hence why it redirected. And if we count the frames from when the creeper first began priming to when it redirected, it had half a second left before it blew up. This is even crazier when you consider that a bamboo is not even close to a full block, so the angle at which this had to be perfect is just unfathomable to me. So yeah, anyways, I have this thing to worship now for the rest of my life, and if you want to see the shrine I build for this thing, and trust me, it's getting one, subscribe so you don't miss out. It's free and it helps the channel so much. Alright, that is the decoration of the house done and all the details, I think. Oh my god. Damn, that looks so good. I'm very pleased with that. Let's get another angle. Oh. Guys, I think we did a pretty good job, if I do say so myself. Alright, looks good. I like it. Now I want to get working on the interior design and figuring out how to actually get the moss to flow through the river. But before I do either of those, I want to give the Happy Ghast a name finally, because it's been so helpful in making this build possible. It definitely deserves a name at this point. So let's grab one of the name tags we already have, and I'm going to go with Nimbus for the name of the Happy Ghast here. Nimbus being a type of cloud that forms naturally in the atmosphere, and also after Goku's trusty mode of transport in the Dragon Ball series. If you know, you know. Are you ready, Nimbus? Me and Nimbus taking on the world. So seeing as I can't stay on track with what I'm actually planning to do before doing the interior, I'm actually going to go in. That looks really cool actually through the window. I'm actually going to go in with these blocks here and install some pathways, as well as some lampposts in the area so I don't get a repeat of almost losing my entire world. So let's spend some time on that. Alright, that's our first little taste of the pathway there, and honestly I like the color palette a lot. I think it's a pretty nice contrast to the green of the grass. It just makes the pathway pop out just a little bit more. Yeah, no thanks, not again. And I'm going to bring the pathway over this way and then build a little bridge to connect to the other side. That's the main sort of floor of the pathway done. Now I just want to go in with some foliage and details just to spice it up a little bit. I'm thinking we just plop these anywhere. And finally, so we're not fighting mobs every single nighttime, I'm going to install these lampposts here. Just some really simple looking ones so the area is lit up. Okay, that's all the lampposts in. I really like the way these look, especially at this time of day with the sun setting. And I'm going to add some little lampposts on the outskirts of the hill, and I'm also going to build the bridges to connect the two sides of the river. Okay, I think this looks all right. It's a little wonky, but it is what it is. I also built the bridge on the other side, but I totally forgot to hit record and the flashback didn't capture it either. So yeah, sorry for being stupid. Okie dokie, let's go in with the interior design now. I'm going to start with the floor first. I'm going to go obviously with the same kind of overgrown, run-down look. And then after that, I'll work on the rest of the interior design. Alright, that's looking pretty run down. I'm just going to go in with some grass here as well, just to make it look extra overgrown. Okay, and then I want to start building the composting machine thingy, which is essentially what the guy who lives here uses to turn all of the moss into bone meal. Alright, so the interior is super messy and unorganized, which is kind of how I imagine the guy runs the place. Oh, I almost forgot. We're calling this the Bone Meal 3000, pretty original. And with this garage basement-y thing complete, the Mossman of course needs a beautiful bedroom, so we're going to build the second floor bedroom now. Okay, perfect. And of course we need the Mossman himself to run the farm, so let's go get one. Okay, they should just head straight for the workstations. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, why not? They can be two Mossmen. Now that the main building is essentially complete, I can move on to creating the actual moss farm and also begin thinking about how I can transfer the bone meal to the tree farm. And miraculously, with the power of editing, I have all the materials we need here, so let's go build the farm. So we're going to build it underneath the hot spring, which is obviously the main water source. And I guess we just go directly in the middle here. And I'm going to need this area to be 5 by 15 by 15 blocks. 5 being the height, 15 being the width. So I'll see you guys when I've dug out this area, I suppose. Okay, that is our space excavated. So let's plop our stuff down in this corner and then just get straight to work, I guess. All right, the farm is done. So if I come down here and flick this lever, it should just start the farm. Oh no, have I broken it? Nope. Seems to be working pretty well, actually. And all of the moss should trickle down into these 3 chests. Yep, we're looking good. So, you know how I said I wanted the moss to flow down the river? Well, I tried and I just couldn't get it looking how I wanted it to. And I promise, I really did try. I spent hours designing contraptions, testing different methods, and genuinely trying to implement this feature, but it just wasn't meant to be. So I'm sorry if I let you down on that one. At least we ended up getting the bone meal farm connected to the tree farm. So I suppose the last thing on our to-do list here is to link the bone meal farm all the way up to the tree farm through an item tunnel. So I'm first going to build like the item dispenser. All right, perfect. That looks like it's working as it should. Now all I have to do is dig like a couple hundred blocks or so until we reach underneath the tree farm and then send them up through a bubble column to the storage chests at the tree farm. All right, so we've reached where we need the bubble column to be. So I'm just going to go back through the tunnel and water everything up so the items can flow through. Alright, now that everything is set up, all we need to do now is build like a little contraption so the items can flow down into the collection hoppers. Alright, pretty simple. The items should just flow straight down into the hopper. I guess there's only one way to find out if it works, which is to test it. So if I flick this on, yep, okay, the bone meal should shoot out into the tunnel, and then we go check on it. They should be coming up in a sec. Yep, there they are. Oh, okay. I might need to put a roof on that, but I mean, it works either way. I kind of like it without the roof, but I can sense some issues coming from that, so I'm just going to cover it up. And they should fall down into these hoppers, and the farm is ready for use. Now that we have our stunning moss house and a working tree farm, next episode we're starting the build I've been planning since day 1 of this world, and honestly, it's gonna be insane. This is a villager trading hall, and this is my trading hall, housing all of the trades I could ever want and built using over 36,000 blocks. But there's a problem. We need almost 10,000 warped logs, but our current tree farm doesn't recycle warped fungus, so we're gonna need a fungus generator. All right, now we just got to fill in this perimeter. All right, then we just got to fill in this entire space with this warped nylium stuff. And then there's a little bit of redstone, a little bit of waterworks, and then the farm should be done. So with the last button there, that should mark the completion of the farm. So now all we need to do is stock it up with some bone meal and give it a test. Okay, that's generating a lot. All right, so my game's starting to lag quite a bit, so let's stop it and see how much we got. All right, I think we can just start with this for now, and if we need more, we can always come back to it. It's time to put this bad boy to use. After running the farm for a few hours, we've gathered enough wood for the build, but I have another problem. We need a way to transport all these items, and I'm very limited on shulker box space at the moment, so I have 2 options here. I can either spend hours building a shulker farm, or I can reincarnate Sandiction and do it manually. Smooth landing as always. Alright, it's time to hit a bunch of purple boxes for half an hour. I kind of got carried away just a tiny bit. I don't think we'll need this many, but I mean, you know, it's always good to have a few extra. Nevertheless, I think I'm ready to head back now. Let's get these logs moving. May as well dye them blue for aesthetics. All right, these are the last few pieces. Every single chest is empty, so let's grab these. All right, we have every shulker box full of logs. After loading up the shulker boxes, the next step of the plan was to strip every single log we just collected. And the step after that was to gather 6,463 verdant froglights. So I decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and build a wood stripping machine at the froglight farm so I can AFK both at the same time. Oh my god, I'm so skillful, obviously. Alright, we're pulling up to the froglight farm, and the plan here is to open up this area and build a log machine inside the chamber so I can AFK the froglights and strip at the same time. Whoa, pause. You know what I mean. Strip the logs, the wood logs at the same time. You are my worst enemy. Okay, that's the contraption complete. Pretty simple. Now I just want to enclose the area so that I'm not attacked constantly, and so that's a little bit safer. I also realized that I stationed it a little bit too far away, so I tore it down and rebuilt it a couple blocks closer. All right, that's better. I think we fixed the problem. They're actually falling into the hole now, so I can begin stripping these logs once again. Alright guys, it's been a couple of hours and we've managed to gather around 6 shulker boxes of logs, which means all we need to do is turn them into the high feed block and AFK for a few more froglights. Alright ladies and gentlemen, we've AFK'd for a good few hours here and we've managed to gather around 4 shulker boxes of lights, which means if we check the schematics list, we have more than enough. So now comes the slightly difficult part. When I say the slightly difficult part, I'm talking about building the Guardian farm. This is difficult for a few reasons. The first being that it's kind of tedious and building around Guardians that are constantly dealing tons of damage and giving mining fatigue doesn't make things easier to say the least. And not only that, but also the fact that we need over 15,000 various prismarine blocks, equivalent to 110,000 prismarine shards. And let me just say, this didn't exactly go to plan. Okay, so we've arrived. I'm gonna build a little island of safety that I can come back to if things go downhill. I think this is just far enough away and just close enough. Okie dokie, all of our stuff is laid out here. I'm gonna grab an invis pot and some milk and then just get into it. Okay, let's drink this and then dive right in. No pun intended. Okay, I don't think they see me. I think we're chilling. Okay, so that's essentially going to be the lily pad that we extend off from and basically build the entire farm on. Oh my god. Alright, this is our first spawning platform, so now we just have to build the portal frame so the Guardians can actually go through the portal to the killing chamber. Oh my god, dude. Why does that scare me so much every time? Okay, we've made our way up to the killing chamber platform. After extending out the platform to incorporate the storage and building the actual chamber itself, the only things left to do are to build the entity crammer on the nether side and then activate the farm. Beautiful. All right, we're going into the nether. All right, this is the spot. Alright, that's the hopper clock done, and well, I guess the nether side in general, so we can head back and light the portals up. After finalizing the details of the killing chamber, the last step was to fill the ocean floor with soul sand so that the Guardians flow up to the platform. And you know how last episode I almost died and lost the entire world? Well, I'm gonna say that what happens next was an even closer call than that. Alright, final step before we can use the farm. So let's start in this corner here, and then I just gotta fill underneath all the scaffolding. Oh my gosh, really? All right, let's drink the milk, pop the potion. No, dude. I just got back. Oh, this is already a pain. All right, let me chuck the helmet on so I can breathe. Then grab the milk, grab an invis potion, drink the milk, get rid of the soul sand. Okay, sweet. Pop the invis back. Easy. Oh, shoot. Oh, we're not invisible. All right. We're okay. We're invisible. Totally fine. We have a totem on. We're chilling. Oh, I'm drowning though. Oh my god. Wait, this is actually really bad. Like, this is genuinely not good. That guardian is loaded as well. Like, that, he was looking at me for a while. It's like it's about to fire at me. Okay, I basically need to like snipe a totem from my inventory, and I can't miss this. My aim needs to be on point. My god, I'm so nervous. Okay, here we go. Can't miss. Don't miss. Yes, okay, got it. Oh my god, that was just in time as well. I barely got that on. All right, get me out of here. Oh, that was way too close. This game's too stressful for me sometimes, man. Anyways, back to completing the farm. Okay, that soul sand was literally the only thing we needed to do, so the farm is technically complete. The question is it working? Oh yeah, it looks like it's working. Okay, let's give it a test. The rates don't seem as high as I thought they would. All right, I take it back. Oh my god. Oh, look at that XP. All right, let's give the drops a check. Yeah, I mean, considering I hit them like 3 times, I think we'll get our materials in no time at all. After AFKing this farm for a good few hours, we managed to obtain all of the prismarine and prismarine bricks we need for the project, meaning there was only one more block we needed before starting the build. So the last block is dark prismarine, in which we need 5,561 ink sacks for. So I'm not going to waste any time, and I'm going to get straight to working on this farm. Alrighty, I'm going to build it at this monument here, just because I don't want to risk messing up the rates of the other farm. It's pretty close anyway, so I'm not too bothered. Of course, we need the materials. Here they are. Let's get to work. Guys, we're so close to starting this build. Be free, my friends. All right, we have quite some distance to travel. All right, hang in there, guys. We've got a long journey ahead of us. Okay, we've arrived at the build site. I'm just going to speed run the heck out of this. All right, that's literally the farm done. That was so easy. Oh my god, that's actually generating quite a lot. Now we wait. All right, 3 shulker boxes and 6 stacks. We're good. Probably going to be doing this for a while. All right, we've absolutely smashed it. We have the rest of the materials at home, so let's just transfer the items. Alright, let me explain the build. I've always thought that villagers who trade you literal books of magic, in my mind, wouldn't be from this planet, but rather from a planet where magic is essentially a fundamental component of life. So my idea for this trading hall is to build an entire planet surrounded by ethereal stars. This foreign planet got pulled too close to colliding with this world, and in the process got split in half by an unexplained beam of energy coming from the world core, and as a result, revealed the inside of the planet. Unlike this world, the inhabitants of the foreign planet live inside the sphere, as opposed to living on the surface like we do, and have spent millions of years perfecting their magical craft, resulting in absurdly good trades and unbounded knowledge. With the vision clear and the materials acquired, I am finally ready to make this come to life. The first star is officially in, and my goodness, it is huge. It's almost the same size as our settlement. Anyways, we have 12 more of these to build, so let's do it. right, after what felt like quite some time, all of the stars are in place. And to be honest, I am very happy with how this turned out. Kind of feels like I'm playing a whole different game, like it's not even Minecraft anymore. I hope it comes across on screen to you guys the same way it looks for me in game, because this is literally one of the coolest things I think I've ever built. But anyways, we're not done yet. We still have the main part of the trading hall to complete, so let's just get cracking on that straight away. First half of the dome done. Oh my god, that's insane. The final few blocks have been placed, and let's take a look. Wow. Oh my gosh, this turned out way better than I thought. That is just like, that doesn't even look real. Guys, if that doesn't deserve a sub, then I don't know what does. That's insane. I'm more than happy with how this turned out. Oh, far out. Moment of silence for this, please. Alright guys, with the exterior of the trading hall looking absolutely exquisite, it's time to begin building the interior design. Unfortunately, I've made things unnecessarily hard for myself once again and have decided to use 5,761 slime blocks for the inside, leaving me no option but to build one of the most insane oozing slime farms in the game. And would you look at that, we already have the materials for it. Totally didn't spend 30 minutes doing that. Anyways, we need to build this somewhere where snow golems can survive, so I'm thinking of just plopping it down on this snowy mountain here. Alright, boom, just like that, half an hour's worth of building in 10 seconds. Let's put it to use. Potion of oozing, and flick this lever, then they should turn into slime. Oh my days. Oh my... Dude, see that lag spike? I literally just got 4 stacks in 1 second. Okay, I thought that was gonna take longer, but that farm is way too OP, so we're already done. I then found some sand that was lying around, turned it into glass, and then dyed it green. And with that, we were ready to start the interior. Guys, I have some terrible news to share. As I was setting up the schematic for this, I think a skeleton was shooting at me or something, and actually ended up hitting the ghast. And yeah, not much more needs to be said, I think. I don't really want to talk about this too much longer, or I'll start getting upset. Alrighty, first half done. Do you guys see the vision? The plus side is it lights up the area, which is gonna stop this from happening in the future. Anyways, let's smash through the second half. Okay, we wasted no time at all there and got through the second half pretty quickly. So I believe that's it, basically. It feels like I'm in a different world. Well, I guess that's kind of the point. Not to gas myself up or anything, but this is pretty crazy. Maybe I'm delusional and it's actually not that cool, but I don't know, man. I think you guys will agree. With the inside of the trading hall finally built, it was time to move on to the final phase of this journey. So I got myself a new happy ghast and headed over to the villager station. Who's excited to live inside a slime pod for the rest of their life? Bro, we got the whole gang pulling up. You know what? I bet they're loving this right now. Alright, so I'm going to plop them down here and then put them all through this railway system. There's 1. And there's 2. Okay, so now I just have to repeat it for all of these guys here. Oh, sorry. Now that the librarians are in, I gotta tear all of this down and then I want to bring in a few stonemasons. Right, so basically I want to incrementally add villagers to this hall only when I become in need of their trades, but as a starting objective, I want to fill the top layer with trades of every single terracotta variant. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Why are you guys looking at me like that? All right, so we've got magenta and light blue, red glazed and regular red, brown glazed and white glazed, black and yellow glazed, magenta glazed and white, light blue and lime. We got blue terracotta, light gray glazed and blue glazed. We got ourselves light gray here, light blue and green glazed, pink and black glazed, orange glazed, light gray terracotta, grey glazed and grey regular terracotta. We got purple glazed and orange, lime glazed and purple, yellow and green, pink and cyan glazed. We have brown here. And last but not least, finally, we have cyan terracotta. And with that last block, we are finally done. Let's take one final look to appreciate our work. Oh my gosh, we've done it. I messed up big time. Last episode, I built this insane trading hall in the sky, meaning the only way I can get up there is by using fireworks. And right now, this is how I spend my time off camera. Oh my god, I'm being ambushed, help. I mean, to be fair, it gets me a decent amount of gunpowder, but I end up looking like this at the end. Yeah, not super great, but today, that all changes, as I'll be building one of the most efficient mob farms that supplies tons of drops at insane rates, meaning I'll actually be able to use my trading hall. And guys, we're trying to hit 25,000 subscribers by the end of the year, so if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button to help us reach our goal. Alright, before we get started on building the mob farm, I've been seeing a ton of people with loadouts like this, where they essentially have 3 items in their hotbar, some food, and then their wings. And to be honest, I don't really find myself hitting things with swords that often, nor do I really use my bow. So to start this video off, I'm actually going to turn my axe into a weapon so we can save some space in our inventory for building and collecting items. So let's get started and do that now. I'm going to grab some emeralds and a book so I can go grab sharpness from our new and improved trading hall. Emeralds, there we go. And we need 1 book, which might be surprisingly difficult to find in our complete mess of storage. Wow, this is actually crazy. I need to sort this out. Wow, I might need to craft one up. That's crazy. All right, I don't actually remember how to make a book. Oh, I think it's paper, right? I need the crafting recipe. I don't know how to make a book. Okay, there we go. All right, let's go get ourselves a sharpness book. Is it this guy? Oh, perfect. Come here, bro. Sharpness 5. Thank you very much, my friend. Alrighty, let's put this on the axe. Boom, sharpness 5. Oh, that reminds me, I need names for all of my tools and all of my armor. So if you guys have any suggestions for that, leave it in the comments below. So now we have a clean setup here of what will be fireworks, our tools here, and then our totems in this slot, and our ender chest can sit on the end here. Okay, now that that's out of the way, I want to start on building the actual mob farm, but before I grab the materials for it, I need to find a place to actually build this. I think it works the best over an ocean, but I do also kind of want it to be close by. I'm not really sure. I think we can compromise and build sort of in between these 2 farms here. Yeah, I'm also super sick of flying all the way over to this portal just to get anywhere, so I'm actually going to build a portal inside my house, and I'm also going to connect them up to all the farms that we've built recently. I think we just make like a secret room out here because we can actually go down into this like area, so I might just light up a portal here, to be honest. Alright, let's light this up. Oh, I've accidentally taken a screenshot. Alright, let's light this up. Okay, nice. Now I want to go build a portal near the Guardian farm that we built last episode, because at the moment I've been flying back and forth and it's not fun at all. So I'm going to build a portal here and just see where it connects to. Hopefully it's somewhere close to where we want to build the actual farm. Okay, let's see. Oh my days, really? Let's just go straight up here. Yes, I'm using chiseled stone brick. I don't care. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just going to build up here and then put the portal just in the middle of the ocean. I think this is deep ocean, right? So yeah, it should be fine to build this here. Okay, building the portal here. All right, I'm going to light this portal up and then go to the nether side and go through it. And hopefully it should connect up to this one. Okay, hopefully now when I go through this, it should connect up to the portal we just built. I'm really hoping it does because I don't want to have to rebuild it again. Please, please. Yes, perfect. Okay, now we can build the mob farm here. I'm going to build a little platform around this portal. All right, now that we have a little platform to stand on and we actually know where we're going to build the farm, we can start gathering the materials for it. Bro, it's so good having a portal that actually links up to our house. I can just hop straight in here. Boom, I'm home. That's actually crazy. It's a little cooked at the moment. I should probably make it a little nicer to enter and exit through there, but you know, it is what it is for now. Dang, guys, I really need names for these tools. I'm so tempted to rename them, but I'm going to wait for you guys to pick for me. So I guess we just get started straight away on the first material. Oh, wait, I should clear out some shulker box space first. A billion bricks. Wow. God, that's a lot of bricks. More bricks, actually crazy. Okay, 3 shulker boxes surely is enough. Right, so the first thing we need is 8,542 slabs. So I guess we'll whip the beacon out and go mining. All right, we're heading to the OG cave. We actually still have the beacon here from like episode 2. I never actually tore it down, which is kind of crazy. Anyways, we've got to get this beacon out here, chuck it down, and we can get mining. All right, let's craft up these slabs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I kind of zoned out. I needed 1.5 shulker boxes of slabs, and I ended up getting like basically 2. So I'm just gonna stop right there and continue on with the next materials. That's what happens when you watch YouTube and you mine at the same time. Anyways, next thing we need is 682 scaffolding. I think we have some left over from building the trading hall, so it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. I'm gonna go do that now. Dude, what have I done? That is actually insane. Every time I come home, I see a massive ball in the sky. Crazy. Okay, we have 5 scaffolding. It's not quite enough for what we're trying to do here, but I mean, it's a start. So a start's a start. Oh, I found some more. 21. Okay, so now we have 26 scaffolding total. We're making progress here. Damn, I really need to sort this stuff out. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to craft some more. Hopefully I have some string in my shulker boxes, so I can just craft those up straight away. We do not have a string. Okay, I guess we'll wait for nighttime and kill a bunch of spiders. Okay, yes, it's becoming nighttime. Let's get our looting sword out and find a bunch of spiders. I see our first victim. Come here, boy. Oh my god, not you again. Oh, that's the worst addition to the game so far. Well done, Mojang. Okay, you're about to get it, boy. You're about to get it, boy. Yeah, you too. But yeah, don't run away from me. Where are you going? You deserve that. Oh, okay, I can't lose focus on what we're actually doing here. We need spiders. Drop my string now. What? Is that an invisible spider? Can I actually hit him or not? Because I swear I tried to. There you go. We got him. I need a little break. This is getting a little out of hand. Oh my god, jackpot. Yes. Okay, we got a stack. That's definitely going to be enough, surely. Okay, let's make ourselves scaffolding. I'm going to pop these away real quick. Okay, we need 11 stacks of scaffolding. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm not that good at math, but that's not 11. But that is more than halfway. So I guess we should, oh, it's daytime. Damn. Okay, well, I guess we'll wait for nighttime one more time. I guess in the meantime, we could work on the other materials. We need 72 chests. So I'm going to give the tree farm a little visit. Shouldn't take too long, honestly. I think we have some saplings over there as well. So let's just head over there. All right, we made it over to the tree farm. I'm just going to AFK this for a little bit until we get enough for 72 chests. Okay, we've run out of bone meal and the sound of this TNT is absolutely piercing my ears. So I'm going to stop for a second and just check up on how much we got. Let's turn it all into planks and see how many chests we can make. That is 72 exactly. Oh yeah, we need 42 hoppers. So I guess we'll stay here a little bit longer. All right, I was having a doom scroll and I didn't actually realize that I ran out of bone meal ages ago. So yeah, lesson learned. Nevertheless, we have plenty of wood now, so we can definitely make enough hoppers. Why don't we just make a stack of hoppers? How about that? What am I doing? I'm having a bit of a brain fart here. How do you make a hopper? Oh, like this. Dang, that was kind of embarrassing. Let's load these up here. Okay. By the way, guys, just considering we went so crazy on the last episode, I thought I'd take this episode a little bit slower and just enjoy myself a little bit more, having a calm day on Minecraft. So if you're enjoying this episode, make sure you give this video a like so I know you guys enjoy this type of content in the future. All right, let's take a look at what we need next. Oh, wait, it's nighttime. I need to go kill spiders. Let's get our trusty sword and go slay some arachnids. All right, I wasn't going to make you guys sit through a whole nother montage of me killing spiders, but I ended up getting another stack, which means now the question is, do we have enough bamboo to actually craft up all this scaffolding? I really hope so. I don't feel like a trip to the jungle right now. So 3 stacks of bamboo, please have enough. Ugh, I think we need more bamboo. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we need 11. Oh, god damn it. Wait, I just remembered we have some left over from when we were building the massive trading hall. So I'm going to take a look. Fingers crossed we actually have some scaffolding in there. Okay, no scaffolding, but we have bamboo. Is it enough? No, it's not. Okay, so I've decided to chop down the bamboo at our little home river here. I'm literally doing everything I can to avoid going to the jungle right now. So hopefully we have enough here to actually make ourselves the scaffolding. I really hope we do. I don't want to go to the jungle right now. Okay, you know what? I think this is actually enough. Fingers crossed, guys. Let's take a look. Scaffolding. I think that's enough. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, perfect, guys. We have more than enough. That's so good. All right, easy. Okay, so we have the first 4 items checked off the list. We need 66 glass. Oh, that should be so easy. I'm pretty sure we have a bunch of glass in this chest somewhere. There we go. 37. I need more glass. Here we go. Perfect. All right, we have our glass. All right, we need 49 magma blocks. That shouldn't be too difficult. I'm going to head to the nether now and check that off the list. Okay, I'm pretty sure we can head basically anywhere for magma blocks. Obviously down is better, and we need 1 soul soil, so there we go. Wait, not gonna lie, the magma block might be the coolest looking block with these shaders on. Like, just the way it glows is so cool. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. Right, we got 56 and we need 49. So, mission accomplished and we're one step closer. All right, so nether items acquired, 1 soul soil, and 49 magma blocks. Which means the only stuff left is like all of that really redstone-y stuff. And I'm pretty certain we can make all of that right here, right now, given the fact that we have a monstrous collection of basically every single item in the game. Unsorted, of course, but soon to be sorted in the future. Anyways, I'm gonna craft up these bits and pieces, so I'll see you in a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've acquired all of the little tedious materials we need. The last thing we need to acquire is 3 packed ice. So I'm gonna take a little adventure to the Icy Peaks biome or whatever it's called, and then we can finally start building the actual farm. Oh man, I can't see anything. Why is it snowing all the time? That might have been the stupidest question I've ever asked. All right, that was so easy. That literally took like half a second, so we can head back now. Wait, no way, guys. Wait, I need you for the mob farm. Come here, bro. Come with me. Come with me. Come, get in the boat. Get in the boat. Get the good boy. Good boy. All right, you stay right there. I'll be back with the lead in 1 second. All right, we got our leads. Oh shoot, I totally forgot where I left him. I probably should have noted the coordinates or something. Dang, where did I put this guy? Uh-oh, I messed up. Okay, we're just gonna take this guy and say that he's the same cow. Yeah, shh. No one mentioned anything. This is definitely the same cow as before. All right. Yeah, I hope he doesn't get motion sickness. Ah, I dropped him. Wait, maybe we can go ahead like this. Whee! Oh my god, where am I going? Oh my god, I'm so dizzy. What is happening? I'm so disoriented. Okay, we messed up. Damn. All right, maybe we'll just walk. I'm literally spending about 20 minutes of my day just for you, bro. You better appreciate this. Okay, we made it. Now I just got to get you all the way up this hill. Oh my gosh, that's a very steep hill. Get our shovel out. We can do this. Ugh. Okay, and then, yep. Come on, good job. All right, sweet. We made it up to the surface here. Guys, I'm so excited. I've never seen this variant of cow before. I'm excited to have him guard the mob farm for the rest of eternity. All right, we have our Lord and Savior back at the home base now. And of course, as always, he needs a name. And who better to give it a name than the naming experts? Shinjiru Army, you're on this one. Yo, why is his neck broken like that? You good, bro? I don't think you're supposed to be doing that, are you? That cannot be good for your neck. Let me know down in the comments what I should name the protector of our mob farm, and the top comment will decide. Anyways, back to the task at hand. We have our 3 packed ice, which means we can finally get started. So let's take the mob farm guardian. How did you get in here? Why did you get in here? Anyways, let's take the guardian with us and head over to the build site. Get off the chair. That's for humans only. All right, through the portal we go. How has he done that? How is he running backwards? I have never seen a mob do that in Minecraft. Such a strange cow. Okay, this is the one. Let's pull him through. All right, perfect. Oh, what a beautiful day to build a mob farm. Wouldn't you agree? Okay, I gotta put all this stuff down here, and I want to make sure it's daytime constantly because I don't want to risk this guy dying. I don't know how he would die, but, you know, I'm not taking any chances. Okay, we got all the stuff laid out here. Now, we have to actually build it. I think he wants to go back into the nether, but you're not going anywhere, buddy. Okay, we got the schematic placement. Let's just get to it, I guess. Okay, this is where our collection system is going to go. The items are basically going to flow all the way down this way, up a little water column, and then into our sorting system. But before we do that, we have to fill in this little area with the magma blocks. This is essentially where the mobs are going to fall down to, and then once they die, a little flushing system will flush all of the items down to the collection system. Okay, let's continue with the sorting system now. Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen, we have finished the item collection zone. It's pretty massive. We're definitely not going to run out of drops after this. So then what I need to do is put water here so that all the items flow down to the collection hoppers. And then the last thing I need to do is actually turn all of these water blocks into water source blocks so that the items can flow up to the collection system. Alrighty, so now if we take a look over this way, if we chuck an item down into the column, or maybe if I simulate an item coming from the mob drops, pretty slowly but definitely surely they're flowing up to the collection system. All right, now that the collection system is done, that means we can now move on to the flushing system and then also the platforms where the actual mobs will spawn. And once that's done, we will finally have a constant supply of rockets. All right, so I'm just going to go in with these trapdoors here and flip them all up. And I need to waterlog every single one of them here. Luckily, we have a natural infinite water source right next to us basically at all times. All right, now we got to enclose this section with walls here. Okay, then we just go along this perimeter here with slabs, I think, and across the top of the trapdoors like so. And then the last step here, I'm pretty sure is to put a redstone torch here and then connect it all down this way so it activates the trapdoors. Looking pretty sweet. With the collection system complete and the platform for the mob drops done, it was time to move on to the spawning platforms. All right, let's grab our materials. Let's do this. Oh my lord. Okay, I really hope that went a little bit quicker for you guys than it did for me because that took forever. Anyways, I just need to go along this outline here with dirt so I can place water on the edges. Essentially, what's going to happen is the mobs are going to fall from platforms above us down into the water streams that go all the way to the middle where the mobs will fall down and give us our sweet drops. All right, we're coming up on the last few buckets here, meaning I can move on to the platforms now. So I'm going to make my way over to the middle here, and then I think I have around 11 or 12 platforms to build, each of which will have its own flushing system of sorts. Don't worry, it'll make sense in a second. What on earth? I don't even know what to say about this. How did you guys get up here? I don't know. All right, we've made our way to the top layer, and you might be wondering what this weird shape is. Don't worry, you'll see in a second. But basically, this top layer needs to be quite a lot bigger than the spawning platforms. I'm pretty sure it's to create a shadow so that the mobs can spawn on the spawning platforms, but not gonna lie, I actually don't know. And to be honest, I don't really care enough to figure it out. But yeah, guys, let me just lock in real quick, and I'll see you when this platform's filled in. Imagine editing together literally thousands of clips for a 5-second montage. What kind of moron would do that? Am I right, guys? Am I right, guys? Am I right, guys? Yes. Okay, we have the last few pieces there and the final platform is done. Oh yeah, back to this thing. This is the platform where the boat clock is going to go. Yeah, so the purpose of the boat clock is... You have to be kidding me. Disgusting. Anyways, as I was saying, I cannot catch a break. As I was saying, the purpose of the boat clock is... No, I give up. I actually give up. Honestly, guys, you'll just see what the boat clock does. Okie dokie, up we go. Nah, am I being pranked or something? How are they spawning this quickly? Come on then. Yeah, come on, come at me. Problem solved. All right, 10 years later, we can finally build this boat clock. All right. So this observer is basically going to start the entire chain of water flushes. So once a signal goes through this observer, it should trigger all of the dispensers to flush water, except it's not. Oh, I must have forgotten water for one of them. Bruh. I'm sorry for not doing this earlier. All right, let's try again. Rainbow. All right, so we need to ride this boat and just edge it into position. I think that's good. All right, then one water there and one water there. That should start the boat clock. So every time the boat rotates around, it's going to trigger the flushing system, which reminds me I need to go fix the dispenser. This is so sketchy. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. All right, got it. Go, get out. Okay, I think that's it now. Oh, wait, it's unsynchronized. Damn it. Is unsynchronized a word? Desynchronized? Insynchronized? I don't know. Anyways, guys, leave this to me. I'll fix it in no time. Alright guys, so we fixed it, but in doing so we have caused yet another problem for ourselves. I'm trying really hard not to lose my mind right now, but basically when we were fixing the platform, some of the water overflowed over the edge into the middle collection area, but it basically just messed up the whole thing. But you know, what's life without a little challenge? Hopefully we can solve this fairly quickly. You are joking me. I don't want to talk about that. I'm in so much trouble if something falls on me right now from behind. Oh my god, get away from me. Oh my god. Right, so that was entirely pointless. It's actually messed up from the water source blocks themselves, so we're gonna have to redo the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, guys, we solved that problem pretty easily with absolutely no troubles whatsoever at all, completely none. Oh my, why does he have a flame bow? So yeah, now we can finally start the boat clock. All right, is that straight enough? Fingers crossed. Come on, please move to the left. Yes, there we go. So now, when it hits that pressure plate there, it should flush all of the mobs perfectly down into the middle. Oh my god, look how many mobs there are. That's insane. Let's go see how many drops there are. Oh my goodness. All right, let's quickly set up the AFK platform, then do the boat clock down the bottom, and then we're finally done. Alright, so having just that slab there does suffice, but this is hardcore after all, so I'm going to surround it with glass. I don't want to take any risks at this point, especially when I'm AFK. What the hell am I doing? I really did that after just talking about not wanting to take any risks. Alright, well after that slight hiccup, the good news is the AFK platform's done, and this is literally the same as the one up the top, so we can just speed through this real quick. Alright, ladies and gents, we're covering it up with some glass so that nothing falls into the boat clock and messes up the timings and everything. But yeah, I mean, the farm's done basically. I mean, I'm just going to switch it over to daytime and then quickly take a look at how it works, and then we should be good to AFK for some drops. Alright, we're at the AFK platform here, so if I free cam down and take a look, so as you can see, they're spawning super efficiently there, and then the flushing system just flushes them all down. Oh my gosh, look how many mobs there are down there. And then they all fall down here to the platform. Bro, like imagine that every like 10 seconds or so. Crazy. Oh, I almost forgot. We need to get our mob farm guardian. Okay, wait, hold on. It's your time to shine, my friend. All right, follow me. What the? Bro, he's walking on water. Didn't realize we had Jesus cow over here. All right, come on, bro, lock in. Get up here. Let's go. We did it, bro. All right, mate. I'm trusting you from here on to guard this mob farm with your life. I mean, he seems pretty damn responsible, so I'm not too worried. Okie dokie, I feel super safe with the cow there looking after us, so let's AFK for a bit. All right, guys, we've been here for a few hours. I'm going to check on the drops now. Let's take a look. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I expected, but I definitely didn't expect that much. That's actually crazy. I don't think I'm really going to have to come back here that often. All right, well, I mean, I guess part of our mission is complete. Let's grab these shulker boxes out and take over just a little bit of this gunpowder. May as well take over some bones as well. Perfect. Alrighty, let's head back to the base and make ourselves some rockets. Wait. Something's been on my mind for a while now, and to be honest, I just can't craft up those rockets until I sort this out. I've been feeling so guilty about leaving that poor cow in the forest, and honestly, I can't bear the thought of leaving him in the forest all by himself alone, so I'm gonna make it my responsibility to go find him. It's not you. Okay, this is where we broke the ice. Let's retrace our steps. So I think I flew this way, and I don't remember it being icy or snowy on the leaves, so it could be somewhere to the left here. Oh my gosh, this looks really familiar. This looks very familiar. I think we're very close. Oh my god, no way. Oh my gosh, cow. I thought I lost you. Oh my gosh, it's a miracle. And we have leads this time. Now we can have 2 guardians of the farm. This feels a little familiar. Same hill, different cow. All right, let's get him through the portal. Okie dokie. I can finally rest easy now. And the good news is we have 2 guardians of the mob farm now. I trust you 2 with my life. Okay, now we can finally go make our rockets. All right, let's take all of the sugarcane we have available and of course get our gunpowder and let's craft up these rockets. Obviously, we're going to go for the 3 power ones. All right, and let's fill our shulker box up. Looking pretty good. I'd say that's mission accomplished. I can finally reach my trading hall. This farm has been running for 24 hours and has produced me over 34,800 gold blocks. That means in the time it takes you to watch this video, I will have generated roughly 11 more stacks of gold blocks. So why did I make this farm? And how did I make this farm? Well, stick around to find out, because today we're building this absolutely overpowered gold farm so that I never run out of gold again. And guys, we're trying to get to 25k subs by the end of the year. So if you're one of the 91% that's not subscribed, hit that subscribe button to help us reach our goal. Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the hardcore series. Are you serious? I am super excited for this one because I'm finally solving a problem that I've literally had in this world since day one. Now, you guys are constantly commenting, oh, Shinjiru, your food source sucks. Oh, you need better food. You need golden carrots. Yeah, guys, I know, okay? I've been dealing with this for literally 7 episodes now, but today that's all gonna change as I'll finally be getting the beloved golden carrots. So yeah, guys, we have a couple of things to do this episode, so grab your snacks. This one's gonna be a good one. I mean, let's pop a totem and then get straight to work on this. Alright, so I'm going to build this insane farm designed by Potato Noir. It's super efficient and it's not super difficult to build either. The main thing we're going to need is a ton of magma blocks, since that's the optimal block for the zombie pigmen to spawn on. So I mean, as always, let's just get to clearing some shulker box space, as we're going to need a decent amount of space here. And you know what? I reckon we can start by clearing out this shulker box by supplying our tree farm with this bone meal. Bro, it is so good having 3 powered rockets. Alright, let's quickly fill these chests up here with bone meal, and then we can move on to getting our magma blocks. That's a lot of bone meal. Alrighty, guys, I think we're pretty stacked up on bone meal. Yeah, man, I don't think we'll need to restock this for a while. Yes, guys, all right, so I'm taking a look now, and it says we need 8,452 magma blocks, which, if my calculations are correct, is 4 shulker boxes, 24 stacks, and 4 blocks. So right after I clear this shulker box here out, we're gonna head to the nether, and we might be there for a while. All right, this shulker box is cleared out. Now it's time to basically spend my entire life in the nether. I'm so excited. I feel bad for the biome that's about to have its entire magma block supply stolen, but hey man, it's all in the name of golden carrots. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. All right, I reckon if we just land ourselves here and then find a spot in the wall to just dig down into, we should run into magma blocks eventually, right? Would you look at that? All right, guys, well, I'll see you in approximately like 15 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna be 70 years old by the time I finish this. Alright guys, that's 1 shulker box down. Got 3 more to go. Alrighty, that's shulker box number 2, halfway there. What the hell? Did I just drill my way to a bastion? That's kind of crazy, man. Okay, well, I'm just gonna take that, and I'll take these, and I'll take these. Don't mind me, guys. You never saw anything. Alrighty, that's another one full. Making good progress here. Alright guys, we're burning just a little bit, but I think we have enough magma blocks here. I'm gonna go up to the surface, repair my pickaxes, and check if we have enough. All right, we made it back to the base. Let's do a quick checkup and see how much we have. And hopefully we don't need to go back there. Wait a sec. Oh my God, I only filled up 3. I needed to fill up 4. Ah. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All right, so I'm 72 years old now, but the good news is we have all the magma blocks we need for the build, which means we can finally move on to the next material, which is 3,437 black stained glass. Alrighty guys, so considering that we need so much glass and these are the furnaces we have available at the moment, I'm going to work on building up a super smelter real quick. And after I do that, I'm going to drop these materials off at the build site just because I don't want to have to keep making shulker boxes to store all the materials. I'd rather just use these 5 here to collect them and then drop them off at the build site. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to drop them off first and then build the super smelter. Okie dokie, so I'm pretty sure we need to build this in a nether wastes biome. All right, I think this area here is far enough away from all the other portals we have and close enough to get to and from. It's essentially this little patch here of nether wastes. So I'm going to put myself right down in the middle of this area here, and I think we should be good to go. All right, we've cleared up enough space. Let's go get some sand. Alrighty guys, so I'm gonna head over to this desert here that we visited in episode 5, I believe. And once I collect up enough sand for the glass we need, I'll come back, build a super smelter, and we should be sweet to go. Guys, these 3 powered rockets are feeling so... What the... Okay, I don't remember doing that. But anyways, as I was saying, these 3 powered rockets are feeling so nice. I got here in so much less time than I would have with the normal rockets. What the f... Nah, are you actually serious? How did that just happen? Just my luck. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say after that. Why do the randomest things always happen to me? Crazy. All right. I guess we just demolished this entire desert. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll... Oh, what's up, buddy? Wow, I get so distracted so easily. Anyways, I'll see you guys when I've dug up this sand. I can't see. The sand is so blinding. This desert is missing a fat chunk of land, but on the bright side, we have all of the sand we need, which means we can head back home and start building our super smelter. You can barely notice the difference. Alrighty, let's head back. Hopefully I don't get ambushed by a creeper this time. Okay, no creepers. That's a good sign. I'm going to put this on just in case there's a creeper lurking for me on the other side. Okay. I'll never be able to go through a portal the same way ever again. I'm scarred from that. Oh yeah, we made it back, baby. Fun fact, I don't think I've ever actually built a super smelter ever in a hardcore world or in any survival world in general, I don't think. And guys, I'm going to go with this crazy efficient super smelter shown on screen now. It's crazy for a few reasons in which I'll discuss when I actually build the farm, but basically it's designed to link up to the mob farm we built last episode to run coherently as one unit. It's super cool. You guys will see how it works in a second. For now, we need to collect up the materials for it though. Looks like we have all the smooth stone we need there from previously smelting. We also need 52 rails. This smelter is a 32 furnace smelter, so we're going to have to craft some of those up too. Okay, we also need 10 powered rails. Unfortunately, this is all the gold I have at the moment, and we only have 3 powered rails, so I'm going to have to manually mine for some gold. I mean, the good news is we won't have this problem after today. But for now, I'm going to head to the trusty cave and find myself some gold. I think we found some. Hey, stop fighting. Guys, be nice to each other. Hey, don't shoot me. Guys, violence is not the answer. Violence is not the answer, my friend. Okay. Whoa, this is a throwback. If you guys remember this spot, you're a real OG. Anyways, let's stay on track here. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, guys, honestly, I think 31 is going to be enough. We only need 10 powered rails and we already have 3 at home. So I'm just going to head back home, sweet home. All right, let's get this smelting up and we should have our glass smelted up actually. Yep, there we go. 46 glass, super easy. There we go. What is that noise? I hear something around my house. And from my experience playing this game, it's not a good thing. What do you guys want? Speak up, someone. All right, whatever. Don't ever distract me again. Now it looks good to me. All right, let's craft up the rest of our power rails here. All right, 10 powered rails. That should be enough. There we go. Pop the rest back here. What else do we need? All right, we're also going to need 9 redstone dust. Easy peasy. We need 7 water buckets and 6 bamboo signs. Random. I'm sure we have a bunch of water buckets from previous projects. Yep, absolutely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Easy peasy. And as mentioned, we need more bamboo. So it looks like my river's going to take another hit. All right. We got about 2 stacks there. I kind of underestimate how good this river actually is for bamboo production. Anytime I need, I can come over here and I get pretty much everything I need. Anyways, let's craft these signs up. How do I actually do that? I need to make a block first, don't I? Block of bamboo planks, grab some sticks, and then I think this is how you make a bamboo sign. Perfect. Alrighty, we're going to need 5 crafters, 4 activator rails, and 3 mud. Okie dokie, let's craft up these crafters. Craft up these crafters. That's craft up these crafters, yes. What? We need a dropper for that? Ugh. Alright, we have 5 crafters. All right, you know what? I'm just going to speed through the rest of these because let's be honest, crafting isn't the most riveting part of Minecraft. Alrighty, guys, I think we've gathered all the materials except for a couple of things in which I'll grab now. If we take a look here, we just need to craft up 1 detector rail. After we've done that, all that's left is the chests and the hoppers, which I'm going to do all in one go at the tree farm. So after we craft up this detector rail, we can head over there. That is such a strange crafting recipe. All right, we have our detector rails. Let's go get all of the chest items. Excuse me, what do you think you're doing here? Yeah, go on, touch me, I dare you. Touch me. That's what you get. Okie dokie, I'm going to AFK this tree farm for a little bit to get a bunch of chests, and then I'll see you guys in a sec. All right, guys, I really don't know how long that was, but again, this TNT is so loud. Oh my gosh, bro, that hurts my ears every single time. Anyways, I think we should have enough wood here. Yeah, I think that's plenty. Now we just got to make some hoppers. I've done it again. How do I always forget how to craft a hopper? Such a simple recipe. All right, guys, we're looking so sweet on this materials list. Let's go back to the mob farm and I'll explain why this is such a cool super smelter. Oh, I forgot they do that. Where are you going? Get out of my room now. Oh, I swear like the most random stuff happens to me in this world. To the mob farm we go. All right, let me explain the absolute incredibleness of this super smelter. Essentially why this is so crazy is because the super smelter takes the bones from the mob drops, turns them into bone meal, grows bamboo, crafts those bamboo into bamboo blocks, and then uses those bamboo blocks as fuel for the super smelter. So we can essentially double our productivity by AFKing the mob drops and also smelting things at the same time. Pretty crazy. I'm really excited to build this. Okay, yeah, so I think the first thing we need to do is actually shift this row of chests over by one. So I'm just going to go ahead and... Oh my God. No, my bones. It's okay. I don't think we'll have a shortage of them anyways. But yeah, basically need to shift them over one like this and then connect up the hoppers to the back like so. Okay, guys, we set the schematic up. I really hope we've set it up correctly because I don't want to have to tear this whole entire thing down and build it again. But yeah, I mean, let's just get to it. All right, we got our first sort of line of hoppers in here. Essentially, all the furnaces are going to sit across this, and once everything's smelted, they'll go down into the hoppers and then all the way through here to the chest. So, I mean, I guess we're saying that we can put the furnaces in. All right, all the furnaces are in. I think we need to connect hoppers through this middle section here too. And I believe the minecarts will run along these and distribute the items into the furnaces. All right, this is coming together pretty nicely. We got the main bulk of the smelting system sorted out now. I'm going to finish this section first, I think, and then move on to this little fuel crafting contraption. All right, we're getting pretty close here. So I think the only thing left to do here for this smelting section is flick these levers to power these rails. And with that done, I think this entire section here is done. All we need to do now is link it up to the crafting section. Oh, okay, guys. So basically, right, I've set this up so that this is actually offset this way by one. I had a look at the contraption. I don't think it's going to affect how it actually works, but I am a little nervous. But nevertheless, we have one more item slash block to put in place, which is this hopper minecart here. So with this here in place, this is technically done. So what I'm going to do is quickly pick up all this crap here, go up to the AFK platform, and then just cross my fingers that it works. All right, guys, leave your manifestations in the comments. Yes, it works. Alrighty, I mean, now that we've verified that it works, all I'm going to do is unload this shulker box here into the input section and then just AFK till it's done. All right. It's been quite some time, maybe 6, 7 hours, 6. Okay. Oh, what the Anyways, as I was saying, it's been a couple of hours. I'm going to switch this off now, and I'm also going to switch this off. And oh, looks like we are ready to go. Oh my, this is such a pain swimming back and forth. I'm going to quickly build a little bridge out there. Alrighty, this should make things a little bit easier. Okie dokie, let's load these up. Alright, that's one shulker box. And there's 2. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Seriously, god damn. I'm trying to do something over here and you guys are constantly attacking me. All right, I don't know where the rest of them went, but I don't really care. I feel like it's part of the lore of this series now that phantoms just absolutely love me. And I'll tell you what, I don't love them back. All right, guys, after some hardcore AFK gameplay, we have only the second item checked off the list of materials. Oh man, what have I done? All right, guys, we've made it home with our glass. We've made a home with our glass. I'm going to dye it up real quick and then check what the next material is that we need. Okie dokie. Looks like that's all the glass we have. About 2.5 shulker boxes, so we can move on to the next material. 500 trapdoors. Alright, so thankfully the creator of this farm has listed out the amount of logs that we need for all of the wood related items for this build. Absolute lifesaver, by the way. So it's listed out here that we need about 9 stacks of logs. And if I can count correctly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. I guess let's go craft up 500 trapdoors. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Okie dokie, that's all the trapdoors we need. Oh my goodness. And I'll make the rest of the woody items. Woody items? The hell? I'll make the rest of the wood related items later on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go by the build site, drop off all of these items, and while I'm in the nether, get the last remaining items that I need from there, and then we shouldn't have to return until we build the actual farm. Ah! Why is there always something waiting to blow me up when I go through a portal? All right, this video has seen way too much of me mining, so I'm just going to warp through time real quick. I'll see you guys in a sec. All right, I gathered about 3 stacks. Honestly, I have no idea if that's enough or not, and I'm so lazy, I can't be bothered to figure out if it's enough or not. So we're just going to go for it and see how many we can make. Let's go. We have enough. Let's go drop these materials off at the build site and then we can continue with the rest of them. All right. We've arrived at our little chest monster here. Unload all of the walls, the buttons, and the slabs. And then I'm going to whip out all the glass that we made. Perfect. All right. Now we have our 3 empty shulker boxes again. We're ready to fill them up with something new. Home sweet home. Let's get moving. I'm sure you guys are absolutely loving this episode of Shinjiru Crafts random stuff all day. So I hope you enjoy seeing an hour of my life condensed into 10 seconds. Didn't think I'd ever need to craft this many boats up in my life. So with this cactus here, the last thing we need is 7 honey blocks. So I'm going to quickly grab those and then drop these off at the build site. Oh, I think they're a little angry. Ow, 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 ow. All right, we didn't have quite enough at the home beehive, so I'm just going to steal a few from this cherry blossom biome real quick. Thank you. I'll take that. All right, we've successfully stolen a bunch of honey, so if I just craft these up literally mid-air here, we have 7 honey blocks. All right, let's head to the build site. Alrighty, that's the last shulker box unloaded, so we can finally start this build. All right, so I'm going to build it in this chunk here, I think, just because it's pretty much in the center of this nether waste biome. And of course, the farm needs to be in the nether waste biome. And to begin the farm, we need to build this portal so that it's perpendicular to the east-west line. So this is east, this is west. So the portal needs to be built this way. All right, let's light this thing up. Oh my gosh, wait, it's actually kind of beautiful here. Can you imagine a little boathouse there, a little river dock? Damn, all right. Sorry, bro. All right. Now that we've linked up the portal to the overworld side, we need to go north here and build another portal. And it needs to go right here. So we should have something like that. And then we repeat this until we have a portal on every single side. All right, should be something like that. Now we got to tear down all these temporary blocks. Okay, looking pretty sweet. All right, now we're going to grab our torches and light these up so that nothing spawns on top of them. Should have the perfect amount of torches here. Oh, we can't forget to get rid of these. There we go. All right, now that the portal frames are in and they are completely spawn-proofed, we're going to go along the frame here of the bottom side of the portals here, so not these 2 top blocks, and then go in with trapdoors here, flip them up, and then place 2 powdered snow like this. I'm pretty sure that's to slow the fall of the pigmen so that they don't just die when they drop to the bottom. But hey, when have I ever checked what the actual purpose of something is? I just build. Anyways, we got to get a bunch more trapdoors on top of this, so once we get up here, once we get up here. Okay, smooth gameplay as always. If you guys enjoy MLG content like that, give the video a like. All right, so we gotta go here again, flip these up, here again, flip these up. 1, 2. Alrighty, with those 2 magma blocks, all we need to do is enclose this area with glass, and that is the drop chute for one side done. Now we just have to repeat it on all 3 of these portals. Okie dokie, we have our first little magma ring here. I think we need to adjust the drop chutes a little bit so that stuff doesn't fall down the wrong way. But once we've done that, then we extend out the magma blocks. All right, we've finished the little platform. I'm about to die right here, so I'm going to step off this magma. All right, with the first platform done, we just got to make some little adjustments here, and then we're going to get the pigmen in to their boats right here. All right, let's go grab ourselves some boats. All right, so this part, we've got to be pretty careful here. So basically directly under this block, we're going to place one boat here, another boat next to it. Try not to bump them. And then we put one more here. Okay. Looking a little wonky, but that's okay. Kind of wonky, but I think it's going to do. All right, now we need to fly a little bit far away so that some pigmen spawn. There we go. They're already spawning. And then we need to get them into the boats here. We need to aggro them so that they all come down to the boats. 1, 1, 2. Come on, get in your boat. All right, perfect. All right, everyone's in a boat. Now we got to add another boat, I'm pretty sure. All right, so we go to... Oh, man, this is sketchy, man. All right, I don't want to go down there just yet because there's still some pigmen that aren't in boats. So I'm going to shoot them up real quick. All right, now you can go in here with more boats. I actually need more boats. Crazy. What are you doing down here? How did I miss that? Get out of here. You're not meant to be here. All right, let's get some more boats in. Okay, I think we need to place 5 more boats to make like a 3x3 pattern. So we go one here, one here, one here, like that. Okay, and then we go around the other side very carefully here. Place one boat there, and then one boat there. Okay, and now we need to spawn the rest of them. All right, let's spawn these pigmen. Looks pretty good except for this guy. I missed. We drop down. Okay, here we go. Make sure this guy gets out of here. All right, into your boats. Come on. Spear? Oh, hell no. God damn. At the expense of one totem, we have all the pigmen in. I'm going to quickly fly away and despawn these guys. I seriously need to start being more careful in this game. All right, that's the first layer of the aggravated pigmen done. So now we need to build this section up 26 blocks and then build another platform. So let's get to work on that straight away. Boats are in place. Now we got to get our pigmen in. And when we fly back, they should be... There's no one there. All right, so once again, we got to get all of our aggro pigmen in these boats. Oh my God. Get away. Oh my God. No, there's 2 of them, bro. Why is there 2 guards? Go away. I'm trying to do something. All right, they despawned. Thank you. Bro, there's another one. I need to get rid of this guy, man. You're not meant to be in here, bro. Get out the boat. All right, we still need one more guy. That ghast is terrifying me, bro. All right, now all the pigmen are in. We can tear this platform down. I probably should have done it while I was up there. Just gonna carefully tear this down. Okay, now we get to the really sketchy part. So I gotta lock in real quick. So basically, right, what I need to do is... Hold on. Oh my God. You are absolutely kidding me. Mate, that has ruined my day completely. Genuinely. All right. Wasn't too much damage. Just my luck. Okay, now we're good. All right, as I was saying before, I gotta lock in now. This part is dangerous. Okay, this is sketchy. All right, then I gotta go in here. Then I gotta place a bunch of iron bars down and then have all the pigmen drop down onto the iron bars. All right, so I'm just gonna speed through this. I'll see you guys on the other side if I don't fall into the pigmen death trap. Okay, we had a few hiccups there. It didn't go as smoothly as I hoped it would, but we did it. All right, we've got some more iron bar work to do, but first we've got to make the pigmen spawn on this platform. Alrighty, here they come. And then I got to boat 2 of them up here. So I'm just going to grab you and grab one of you as well. Come here, bro. All right, now let's head down to this platform here. And we're going to pillar up with some temporary blocks here, which I need more temporary blocks. And we got to go inside here. All right, we're going to get another bar in here, just about here. And then we're digging out this section here. And from my understanding, the boat's going to drop down here onto this platform. So I think a 3x3 should be big enough. And we got to position the boat directly above and then drop it down onto this platform. All right, this guy's pretty much in position. He's dang close. So let's break these open and drive the boat off the edge here. Should land on the platform. Perfect. Okay, so now what we need to do is get our hitboxes up and we need to drive this guy in so that the edge of the boat is on the bar. So I can make sure I do that. Oh, this is sketchy, man. The thing is, I'm scared to hop out of this because what if I hop out of this and I just fall to my death? Surely I can block this up, no? I'm really scared to hop out of this. I got my wings on. I can fly away if anything goes wrong. All right, I think it's like that. Should be fine. Oh my god. Oh my god. What am I doing, bro? Oh, that was so scary. Wow. Okay. Jesus. Oh, man. Okay. Back to work. All right. I think that's good. Should be able to get rid of these. Yes. And he stays there. Okay, cool. So now we fill this hole back up and we can remove this platform too. All right. We got a similar situation here for the other guy in the boat. And we're basically going to do the same thing. Hopefully I can do this a little bit smoother than I did before. That was messed up, man. Iron bar. Let's go grab this guy. Okie dokie. So it shouldn't be touching the temporary block at all because it needs to float. Oh my god. Okay, that's good, I think. Okay, and now I need to get out. Oh, I'm so scared. Please, I should just land on the blocks. Oh, I hate that. Why? I hate that so much. Let's remove these, block this up, get rid of this, get rid of these. And you know what? The next step is actually to take a break because my heart might explode at this rate. So yeah, quick snack break and then we continue, baby. All right, boys and girls, I am back from my break. I've de-stressed a little bit and I'm ready to continue. The next part of the phase is basically building every single spawning platform out, which might take a little while. So let's just grab these magma blocks out and get to work on extending out these platforms. All right, guys, I'd say we are about halfway through now. The good news is these platforms kind of get skinnier as they go up to the top. So it's going to take less and less time to do each platform. But yeah, overall, it's going pretty well. All right, so the final spawning platform is in place. So now we can move on to the spawn proofing. So I'm going to go in and disperse black stained glass to stop ghasts and magma cube spawning. Once we've done that, we can get the sacred llama into this farm. All right, so we got all the glass in. I did this in probably the stupidest pattern I could have chosen, but nevertheless, it's in place. All we need to do now is get rid of this dirt. Yeah, all right, so we got rid of all the dirt there and all the glass is in place. Now we have to drop down back onto this magma level and extend out really far with the glass. It doesn't have to be glass, it's just anything that is spawn proof. But yeah, it looks like my fingers are gonna do a lot more clicking today. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was a long process, but we finally done it. All right, now that that's done, that means that we can finally go get our llama into this farm. I'm going to leave a little 3x3 open here so we can actually drop down, but it's time to go get our llama. All right, let's freaking go, dude. I'm so excited to get this llama. Oh, I see the savannah. All right, so that's not a llama. Neither is that. Close, but I don't think that's quite what we're looking for. Oh yeah, almost. Getting closer. Nope. Oh my god. He literally knows it's his time. All right, that should do, I reckon. Yeah, perfect. Oh, he's loving it. He wants to come with me. There's an imposter among us. You look a little different to the other horses, my buddy. All right, let's get you up to your new home, bro. All right, now we got to levitate this guy across the sky and onto that platform that we made. So here we go. He's levitating. All right, we made it to the platform. Now I've got to get him in a boat. There you go. There you go. There you go. Looks pretty good to me. Okay, and now when I hop out, he should be facing the pigman. Yes. Okay, good. All right, so now we can get him to drop down here. All I got to do is break that. Should land on the bar. All right, so with that llama in place, this is like the main chunk of the farm complete. Now we need to go all the way up there and build the storage system. So there's really not that much left to do. I reckon I'll just absolutely blast through this storage section, so I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we smashed through that. So we're going to light this portal up now, but we're not going to go through it. We're going to go through the one down the bottom and then relink this portal up in the overworld. So I'm going to head back down here, mark the coordinates, and then head through. All right, those have been marked down. Now we need to multiply them by 8 and then build a portal at... Oh, shoot. Oh, am I going to die? Oh my god, that was... Bro, why is there always something waiting to kill me on the other side of a nether portal? All right, after that brief distraction, let's continue with the project. Oh my god, man. All right, so this is the block we need to be building up at, given the fact that we've moved a couple directions west as well. And we need, oh, we need a bunch of scaffolding. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Guys, this might be it. This might be it. This might be the end. All right. Well, it was nice knowing you guys. This series was fun while it lasted. Okay. Wait, they're not attacking me. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to wait for this to go off and then pop another totem. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. No way we just lived through that. Oh, they all went through the portal. That's why. Oh my god. Saved by the portal. I'm like speechless. We've had way too many close calls on this series. All right. So after that little hiccup, we have all the materials we need for the overworld side. I've learned from my mistakes this time. As soon as I go through this portal, I am flying straight away. Wait. Okay, I got to fly away. Let me out. Why did I risk that? That was so dumb. Someone crown me the riskiest hardcore player of all time, please. All right, let's kill these guys, tear the portal down, and continue with the build. All right, let's build this thing. All right, so we've made it to the top here. I'm pretty sure I need to put water at the top and then turn it all into sauce so that the piglins, or pigmen, sorry, can flow all the way up to the top here and then down this other hatch to the other side. So I'm going to go grab some water real quick. So it goes 1 and 2. All right, I'm going to go grab some kelp real quick from the ocean that's miles away. Nice. Ouch. All right, I'm going to make these sauce blocks and then complete the rest of the elevator. I wonder what the best way for me to get down here is. No, probably not that. God damn. Oh my god, I can smell the gold. We're getting so close here. But yeah, I mean, with this overworld side done, we are getting really close. We pretty much just have to do the killing chamber on the other side and then start the farm. The final thing we need to do here before we never have to come back to this location again is send a bunch of boats through this portal and then push them into place with some pistons. I'm going to put this lava back and then I'll see the boats on the other side. Okay, we had a little bit of trouble. I'm not going to mention it. And I didn't show you the footage because it kind of took me a while to fix. But basically, we're here now. We're just going to chop a couple of these boats out. Then we do a little bit of spawn proofing, put the armor stand in place, do the filters, and then we're rich, basically. There we go. All right, so now we've got to hit this into place. So if we sprint and hit this at the same time, it should fall into the corner here. So, all right, perfect. Okay, guys, I'm going to set these filters up. Once these filters are done, we are ready to use the farm and we will finally have our golden carrots. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this last filter in place, this farm is ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to switch this item distributor on, which is essentially going to send all of the items along this filtering system. And the only thing really left to do is give it a try. So I'm going to sit at this farm for a little bit and just see how many drops we can get. Wait, just real quick though, before I AFK this, I want to take a quick look at how it all works. So if we head down this way, all the pigmen are super angry at this little llama here, in which at every single platform, they all run towards the middle, fall down, and go through one of these 4 portals. And by the looks of things, there's quite a lot of them falling. Then they go through the overworld side, which we built a second ago, come all the way up through this portal and then into these boat stacks. And my goodness, there are so many of them right now. Once they all die, they go through this little distributing system into these hoppers. And after quite some crafting, dispensing, and loading, they'll go into here, craft up gold blocks, and then go into my shulker box. Once this is full, it'll break and then go into the chest. But anyways, I'm going to sit here for like, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour and just see how much we can get. And so, yeah, I'll check back with you guys in a minute and see how much we got. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd say I was there for probably about half an hour. I'm going to check on the drops now. Bear in mind, we've been here for 30 minutes. Let's see. Oh my freaking days, bro. That's almost half a shulker box in 30 minutes of gold blocks, by the way. Not gold ingots, gold blocks. All right, well, I'm excited to come back here and AFK for some more gold later on in the series. But for now, let's finish the objective of today and make ourselves our golden carrots. Let's do it. I'm so excited. Oh, wait a second. I think we're missing a crucial part of golden carrots. Yeah, we need carrots. All right, 1 second, guys. This is what hardcore Minecraft is about, guys. Just chilling out, farming some carrots. All right, so after manually farming carrots for about 20 minutes, we've accomplished our objective of 2 shulker boxes of carrots. All right, let's find a better setting to do this. All right, let's get rid of this. Let's grab some of our gold and our carrots, of course. And let's craft up our golden carrots. All right. I would say that is mission accomplished. And look how much gold we have to spare. I call that a success. This is a tree in Minecraft. This is also a tree in Minecraft. And today I'll be collecting hundreds of thousands of blocks in order to completely revamp my tree farm, which at the moment looks like trash. And guys, I've decided to give away my entire world download completely free at 100,000 subscribers. So if you want to unlock the download link and gain access to everything I've ever done in this world, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Hardcore series. Feels good to be back for another beautiful day on this game, and as I mentioned, I'm going to be spending a lot of time here, and at the moment, this is rubbish. I mean, it's hurting my eyes to look at. It is so incredibly ugly. Something needs to change here. So we're going to be revamping this entire section today, which poses the first question: how exactly am I going to revamp this entire section? Well, there were some really good suggestions in the comments. However, a lot of people are suggesting that I build a massive magical tree around this area, and to be honest, I agree with that. I do have a vision for this at the moment. This potentially will need to move out of the way, and we might even need to rebuild this into the ground. But I think the answer is clear, being that this absolutely needs to be like a massive tree with magical leaves spewing out the top. So you know me, I don't like to waste any time. Let's start planning this project. Alrighty, let's take a look. So I want this tree to be kind of big and mystical, and I don't know about you guys, but I feel like darker wood types give off that vibe. So I'm thinking for the roots and the base, we potentially go with dark oak or spruce logs. This cloud has completely ruined my entire life. Let's move over this way. And considering that this farm needs to sit inside the tree, we can't really go for any weird curvy shapes for the branches, or for the trunk of the tree, I mean. So it's gonna have to pretty much go straight up this way and kind of curve out to the roots at the bottom. But yeah, I think the idea for the roots is pretty clear. But if you guys want to see how the leaves of this tree turn out, make sure you stick around to the end of the video, because I have a pretty sick idea for the leaves of this tree. Anyways, enough yapping. I reckon we get started with the trunk immediately. And how coincidental, to revamp our tree farm, I'm gonna need to use our tree farm. So looks like we definitely have enough bone meal here from last episode, and I think I've decided on using spruce logs, and we don't have any spruce saplings, so give me one sec. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to spend a good chunk of my life here. I'm not exactly sure how many blocks we'll need, but I think I just want to get a start so I know what I have to work with. Once we've gathered a few logs, I'm ready to start outlining the trunks of this build. Alright, we've been here for a little bit. All the logs basically went into our inventory. I definitely don't think this is enough to complete the build. Well, I'm very certain this isn't enough to complete the build, but I think it's enough to get started on the base. So I'm going to turn all of these spruce logs into spruce wood and then start outlining the build here. Alright, so I am thinking I want the roots of this tree to extend quite far out into the ground, which means if I were to build it here, I'd have to do quite a bit of terraforming around the land, and I'm not about to place 100,000 blocks of dirt. So I'm thinking this area here is a better place to build it. That, of course, means I'll need to tear down the tree farm and rebuild it here, but I'm totally happy to do that. And I might even revamp the tree farm while I'm at it. But yeah, guys, this area seems way better. It's a lot flatter. The only hill is this thing here, and I'm happy to tear this down. Shouldn't be too difficult. And that way I can really extend the roots out along the ground and not have too much trouble terraforming the land. All right, so I'm going to get crafting these logs into wood blocks, and then I'm going to outline the trunk of the build. Right, we got a decent starting amount here. I think it should be enough to at least sort of see the shape. I think I'll implement the trunk first and then do some terraforming around it, because I don't want to terraform land and then realize that I've messed it up. So let's go right into the middle here and get this trunk in. Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of the shape that I want to go for. Let's take a look real quick. So I'm obviously going to need to bring the land up to this level quite a bit, just around these corner bits though, because these will extend out into roots, which I think it's fine if it's kind of coming off the ground a bit, but I'm going to work this up towards the middle to get the shape of the trunk continuing, and then we can start thinking about the roots. But yeah, general opinions, I think it's pretty decent. I'm happy with the shape of this. I'm going to continue building it up to see what we can get. All right, right, we're very speedily running out of wood. We've blasted through basically a whole inventory of wood, but this shape is looking pretty decent. I think if I just follow this arc all the way up, we should end up with a really, really nice shape. I'm gonna go collect some more logs. Guys, I am using a schematic for this just to go off reference, so I'm gonna link that in the description if you want to check it out. But yeah, anyways, back to grinding some wood. All right. We've managed to gather a few more logs here. I still don't think this is enough to complete the entire build, but it's definitely enough to get the roots in. I have a feeling that the trunk of this is mainly just going to be following this pattern upwards. So to keep things a little more interesting, I'm going to work on designing these roots down to the ground, meaning I'll probably have to do a bit of terraforming to figure out how to get the roots to connect to the grass. So let's craft up our wood and start working on this. Well, I guess welcome back to another Shinjiru crafting montage. And boom, we have 2 shulker boxes full and a couple to work with straight away here. So again, I have the schematic to work off here, but I think this mountain is kind of honestly a good height, and the drop off there seems a little too steep. So I almost want to extend this part out this way. So rather than excavating the hill, I actually extend the hill out. That's going to be quite a lot of dirt. So I'm going to see how far out the roots extend first, and I'll tackle the terraforming when I get to it. Just trying to avoid my problems as usual. All right, legends. I put a couple more roots in here. I really like the way these look. I'm gonna get the rest of these roots in here, and then we can start to think about how we're gonna connect them to the ground. But for now, let's just have fun getting these roots in. And we are done with the roots of the tree. I did this actually way quicker than I thought I would. I thought it would take heaps of time, but I got it done pretty quickly. And honestly, not gonna lie, I don't think we need to adjust the floor too much. I mean, this is probably the most problematic one since it's literally hovering. But as for the rest of them, I mean, they're all touching the ground in one way or another, and I don't mind there being gaps underneath like this. I don't know, maybe you guys disagree and it's actually really ugly. Let me know in the comments, but I think it's fine. All right, and I think you guys deserve to see how the tree's actually gonna look rather than watch me place a bunch of dirt for like an hour. So what I'm gonna do is build this trunk up just a little bit to the point where we can start thinking about branching out into the leaves. And then I guess I'll do this. I really don't want to, but sometimes you gotta do what you don't want to do. And not gonna lie, it's looking pretty spacious in the middle here. Probably just enough space for our tree farm. I can always dig the ground out if I need extra space, but I don't think we'll need it. Why'd I do that? Now I have to replace all this dirt. That was so stupid. Anyways, let's get this trunk in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to the part of the trunk where we're going to need to start branching out into the branches. So you can kind of see these areas here kind of go out a little bit more than the trunk does. That's because they're obviously going to go way wider. So I think the best way to handle this is just create each branch so we can kind of visualize where the leaves are going to go and then just finish the rest of the trunk. And we're getting pretty high up here. If I had a fear of heights, I'd probably be worried at this point, and we only have higher to go. So let's get straight to work. I thought I'd give a quick little update. We have a few of the branches put in here. Basically, I'm going to continue the trunk upwards and then sprout these branches out like I have on this layer. And we'll probably go for maybe 2 or 3 more layers, and then we can finally get working on the leaves. Boom, the entire trunk is in, I believe. Looks pretty solid to me. I mean, compared to the trading hall, they're pretty similar in size, and once the leaves are in, they're definitely going to be comparable. But now that we've completed the monotonous task of placing like 3,000 wood blocks, we can move on to putting the leaves in. Now, unfortunately for me, I've decided to make the leaves consist of yellow stained glass panes, yellow wool, gold blocks, and frog lights. And as for the amounts of each of those, let me show you what we're dealing with real quick. I've decided to go for 42,191 yellow stained glass glass, 42,007 stained glass panes, 8,212 yellow wool, 8,127 gold blocks, 8,079 shroom lights. However, I'm going to replace these with a different version of frog light. And finally, we have the ochre frog light variant at 4,047. Yeah, sometimes I really wonder why I do this to myself, but I think one thing is clear: we're going to need a sand duper. All right, so step one is to get rid of all of this crap. All right, now step two is to remove the frames. So boom, boom, bang, bang, boom. Oh my God, that's the wrong block. Bang. All right, now we're gonna flick this and then, oh, I need my piston. Move over here and then just spam this button. There we go, that's one down. All right, that was pretty smooth. Now I just need to do that for all the rest of the 11 frames here. That is the last frame destroyed. Now all that's left is this little plate of blueberries. And with the frames gone, we can build the duper now. Alrighty, that is the actual contraption itself done. We obviously need to build some chunk loaders and also the collection system on the end side, but that shouldn't take too long at all. I'm going to put my sand in here real quick. And then once I've done that, I'll build the chunk loaders and then head to the end. Yeah, perfect. All of that sand should be going into the end, which is perfect. All right, let's switch it off. It's kind of loud. There we go. All right, so this chunk loader can be anywhere in the chunk, so I reckon I'll just stick it in the corner here. All right, we should be good to put it here. So I'm going to pop my soul sand down and my water, and then obviously these all need to be turned into source blocks. Perfect. Those are all source blocks now. I'm going to chuck my ender pearl down into this chamber, and I should just float there. And because that ender pearl is floating there, it's going to keep the entire chunk loaded, which means our farm can run when we're in another dimension. All right, so that's pretty sweet. I just want to ensure that nothing touches that or gets in the way. So I'm going to light this up and then close off the area so no mobs can interfere. Boom, boom. Okie dokie. That's pretty sweet. Now we can work on the inside. Oh my God. Okay. Far out. We need to build this collection system ASAP. That's kind of crazy. All right, so I actually thought it would be a good idea to stop the farm while I build this. I know, I'm a genius. But yeah, man, I'm just going to smash through this collection system. It shouldn't take too long at all. All right, I'm going to build a little collection system underneath so that we can get all our items. Alrighty. And we're going to get the items to flow down this way, down to a hopper right here. I'm going to quickly build a cage around this too, just to make sure we're getting every single possible item. All right, perfect. All right, now I'm going to put these hoppers in real quick. So I just have to head down this way. This hopper's going to go down in here. All right, then I'm just going to send these along a few lines of chests, probably maybe a little bit longer. So, I mean, I guess let's just turn the farm on and see how it works. Pretty sure we've done everything we need to do. Let's give it a try. So flip this on and flip this on. All right, all the sand is duping. Now let's make our way into the end. Oh my God, yeah. Okay, so the farm's working, and yeah, oh my days, the collection system is definitely working too. That's perfect. I mean, let's just AFK this and see how it goes. Okay, guys, this sand duper is actually OP. I was literally here for like half an hour, and we have 34 shulker boxes full of sand. So now all we have to do is smelt it into glass and then dye it. All right. We made it over to the super smelter. I'm going to need to extend this storage system quite a bit because we'll need a lot of room. All right, I'm going to start unloading all this sand. I'm probably going to be here for a while. A lot of shulker boxes here, but after that, I'm going to sit up there and AFK for a bit, and hopefully all of our sand smelts up pretty quickly. Is this the best way to unload items? No. Do I ever use the most efficient method? No. I'm gonna sit up here for a few days and I'll catch you guys in a sec. All right, guys, so I'm AFKing my mob farm and I thought I'd show you this. I went down to check on how the glass is smelting up, and as I came back up, I saw this sitting on top of my AFK chamber. Not really sure how they got there, but I kind of want to keep them. So hopefully they don't despawn or fall off this platform, and maybe we can keep them as pets. All right, guys, welcome back. It's been a couple of days for me and probably a couple of seconds for you guys. After a combination of automatically smelting and manually smelting, I think we can finally get started on dyeing all of this glass up. Yeah, almost 60,000 glass glass takes quite a while to smelt, believe it or not. But once we load all these shulker boxes up with glass, we can finally move on to obtaining the dye for this. And of course, there's still plenty of other steps to go, but it brings us one step closer to our goal. All right, so now that we have most of our glass loaded up here right next to the tree, I'm going to start thinking about the other materials we need. So first of all, we need the dye to actually create the stained glass. And I'm also going to need a bunch of yellow wool. So what I'm going to do is quickly build an automatic wool farm pretty much just at my base so that as I'm going about my day completing all the rest of the tasks, we'll just be passively generating yellow wool. So I'm going to take care of that real quick and then go over build the dye farm. I reckon this space here should do perfectly fine. Let's get to work. All right, I think this is pretty much done here. All I need to do now is get the shears into that chest and of course get the sheep into place. And once I've done that, this can pretty much just run passively in the background. So as I work on the other materials, we'll just slowly collect wool, I suppose. So yeah, I'm going to work on getting these sheep in real quick. All right, we got the last sheep in there. I believe this is in the spawn chunks as well, so we shouldn't have to build any chunk loaders. So as I go about my day, all of these guys are just going to generate me a bunch of yellow wool, and hopefully by the time this project nears its end, we'll actually have enough wool for the leaves. All right, now that this beautiful wool generator is done, I'm going to move right next door and build the dye farm. We're actually in the correct biome to get the yellow flowers as well, so I'm just going to probably plop it somewhere here. And guys, I've calculated that the amount of dye we need for this build is 4 shulker boxes of yellow dye. So I'm crossing my fingers that this farm is efficient. All right, that's literally done. That was the easiest farm I've built in this series so far. All we got to do is put a little bit of bone meal in here and give it a test. All right, let's give it a go. Oh yeah. All right, guys, not gonna lie, I'm probably just gonna run this straight for like a couple of minutes. And honestly, I think I'll have enough in no time. So I'll see you guys when we have all the dye that we need. All right, guys, I'm not even joking. I reckon I was here for probably like 5 minutes or something. And we already have our 4 shulker boxes full. So even if we need a little bit more than 4 shulker boxes, bro, I'm not gonna have any trouble getting that at all. But yeah, anyways, now that I have our yellow dye, I can go visit the glass and start making these panes and stained glass. So let's unload one of our many shulker boxes here of glass and make all this stained glass. Alrighty guys, so I worked out that I'm going to need 12 double chests for the stained glass alone, and then another 12 chests for the stained glass panes, and that's only the glass blocks alone. That's not considering all the rest of the materials. This tree is the bane of my existence at the moment. Nevertheless, I chose to build it, so let's continue. All right, I'm super hungry right now because I've been here doing this for a while, but we have every single double chest full here, which means we can move on to the stained glass panes now, which basically just consists of more yellow stained glass. So, all right, boom. There we go, boys and girls. We have all of our stained glass and all of our panes finally, meaning there's only 4 more materials we need here. So let's move on to those ASAP. This is all too familiar. All right, so if you can't already tell by the fact that we're in a swamp, we're gonna need these guys here to obtain the variant of froglight we need for this build. So for like the 3rd episode in a row, I hope you guys enjoy this montage of me taking the frogs for a trip through multiple dimensions. All right, we lost someone on the way in, but it's all good. No! Frog, hang in there, bro. I got you. 1 sec. Oh my god, this has never been more important. I've never dealt with... Oh my god. But can you... This is the most important thing I've ever done in my life. Hang in there, bro. Oh my god, bro. Almost lost one. Oh yeah, we did lose one, by the way. Just thought I'd let you guys know that. We're down to 3. We started with 5, now we're at 3. So yeah, amazing gameplay from me as always. Make sure you like the video for more stuff like this. Come on in, come on in. Welcome to your new home forever. Come on in, boys. No, what are you doing? He's gonna die. Oh my god, now we're down to 2. All right, I'm gonna quickly close this off here so they can't get out. Boom. Are you bro, are you actually joking? He just jumped. You're the worst freaking frog I've ever met in my entire life. Stop being a little brat. All right, well, after that little, I don't even know. I guess the frogs are in, so I'm ready to AFK here for a while, so I'll see you guys in a sec. All right, boom, I have returned and we have all the frog lights that we need, which means we only have one more thing left to do, as I assume we're gonna have enough wool. So once... What the hell? All right, anyways, the last thing we need to do is grab roughly 8,000 gold blocks. Luckily for us, we built a pretty insane gold farm last episode. So again, I'm pretty much playing AFK Simulator here. But once we have the gold, I think we're pretty much ready to start putting the leaves in. We have made it to the gold farm. And if I've got this right, this should take approximately 6 hours. So yeah. Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally gotten all of our gold. It's been a while. So as you can see here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and almost a 5th one here, which means we're done with this gold section now. Oh yeah, and I've decided to go for verdant frog lights instead of the shroom lights, just to give a little bit of extra color. So I'm going to quickly grab those. Once I've grabbed those, I'll head back to the build site and we can finally get started on these leaves. Okay, just a little bit more AFKing for me. All right, boys and girls, we finally have all the frog lights we need, which means once we return to the home base, we can finally get these insane leaves into the build. Okay, we're back at the base and I am finally ready to build the greatest tree of all time, and the Shinjiru army will prevail and we shall have the greatest home base in the history of the entire... I don't know what I'm doing, but let's start. Alright guys, little update. It's coming together pretty well. It's just so difficult to build and it's taking so long, but I am starting to see the payoff and it looks pretty dang sick if I do say so myself, so I'm excited to continue this. All right, guys, moment of truth. Oh my god, that's so sick, dude. Nah, that's genuinely really cool. Guys, it's taken me about 2 weeks, but I think it's worth it. Name me a better tree than the tree of Shinjiru. I'll wait. Nah, but in all seriousness, this is really cool. I'm super happy with this. Well, I mean, after a grueling process over multiple days, this episode can finally conclude. Oh, I almost forgot actually. There's one more thing we need to do before we can end the video. The Nether is arguably Minecraft's worst place. It's literally a dimension of fire, lava, rot, and chaos. Everything is trying to kill you, and the landscape itself seems to resent your entire existence as a survival player. So I thought, what could be a better use of my time than to transform every single block of hell into heaven in hardcore Minecraft. So the idea is simple, and by simple I mean completely not simple at all. Now the goal isn't just to make the Nether look a little bit nicer. What I want is a complete dimensional overhaul to the point where you wouldn't even guess that we're in the Nether at all. To make this project manageable, I'll be separating this plan into a few phases. The first being to get rid of all this deadly, burning, hot, evil lava, because I don't think you'd find that in heaven. All right, we're all done, and that feels a little bit more peaceful to me. It kind of feels like I'm walking on the clouds, which I mean is kind of pretty much the point. But yeah, this is looking super heavenly if you ask me. I mean, it's so blinding. It's like I can't even see. Anyways, now that we've gotten rid of all of the disgusting lava with something a little nicer, it's time to figure out what we're going to do with all of this red stuff. So for phase 2, I'm going to enclose this area just a little bit and figure out a block palette that I guess looks like heaven. So let's head back to the home base to figure this out. Alright, so these materials need to communicate one thing: divine, ancient, and untouched by the corruption that made the Nether how it is in the first place. Everything about this palette needs to be basically the complete opposite of how the Nether looks right now. So I'm thinking of staying on theme with the pure white and cloudy look and go with a mixture of diorite, polished diorite, calcite, and frog lights. I'm going to scatter these blocks so that it looks like there's cracks in the sky itself. Don't worry, you'll see what I mean. And guys, I never thought this day would come, but I think I need to make a diorite farm. Nah, just kidding. I'm gonna go mining for like 10 hours. Oh my god, I'm getting motion sick. Oh my god, I feel sick. All right, remind me never to do that again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have collected about 5 shulker boxes worth of diorite, and bearing in mind that we need to convert about half of this into polished diorite, we should be sweet to go. And considering that all we need to do to obtain the frog lights is AFK for about 1,000,000 hours, the only material we need before we can get cracking on these walls is calcite. So let's go get some. I've never actually gone looking for calcite before. I'm not really sure how to obtain it. Wait, hold on. How to obtain calcite in Minecraft. Amethyst geodes or Stony Peaks biome. Okay, so what you're telling me is I could aimlessly wander around the dark depths of the cave for the rest of my lifetime, or take a beautiful scenic journey to the Stony Peaks biome. Yeah, I think I'll take the latter on this one. Oh, I see the goods. All right, let's get locked in for a second here and mine up all this calcite. Bro, I'm gonna need like 15 of these veins to get all the calcite I need. All right, mission success here, I think. Could have chosen any other white block, but no, we had to choose one of the hardest ones to get. We've completely drained this mountain range of its calcite supply. I challenge you to find me a single block of calcite left in this mountainside. You did not see anything. I mean, you can literally see where we dug out all the calcite from this mountain, but nevertheless, we definitely have enough calcite here, so let's head back to the build site. Okay, so after a silly amount of time mining and collecting a bunch of white blocks, I'm gonna start transforming this entire place, which means I'm gonna need to replace every single block in this area. Yeah, seems like a lot of fun. I think I'm gonna start by enclosing this area and fixing up the terrain just a little bit, since at the moment it's looking very much like default Minecraft terrain generation, which, let's be honest, isn't the greatest thing in the entire world. Alright, so this single corner took such a long time, but basically imagine this across every single block in this area. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Obviously, you can't really tell how the whole entire atmosphere is going to look just based on this, but trust me, once it's done, it's going to look so sick. So what I'm going to continue to do is fill in this area and then fill in this area, and then once I've done that, I'm going to start replacing all the blocks in this area, which, needless to say, is going to be the time-consuming part. Alright guys, time for a little update. So we filled in this section here and we also filled in the section over there like we said we would. Now I did want to keep this terrain pretty similar to how it spawned in, but this massive chunk here is really doing my head in, so I'm gonna get rid of it. So guys, I was mining out that big chunk and I realized it was going to take a long time. That's when I realized we have a sand duper now, and we also have that insane mob farm, which means we can get basically an infinite supply of TNT now. So I'm going to quickly head back to the home base to grab some TNT to see if that's a little bit faster. Oh yeah, that's going to be way quicker. All right, I'm going to start blowing this terrain up. Oh my god, I think I may have triggered a whole race of mobs. Alright, I should probably deal with this problem now in case I fall down into that mosh pit and instantly lose everything. Alright, I feel a little safer now. Alright, after absolutely decimating the landscape, it's looking a little more spacious. I should probably get that. Anyways, as I was saying, it's looking a bit more spacious now, which is kind of the goal here, which means we can get to the absolutely thrilling task of replacing basically anything red, which is a lot. So I'm going to get to work on that, and I'll see you guys in probably 3 or 4 years' time. Oh my god, that took forever, but it is so worth it. I mean, just look at this place. We've managed to replace every single block. Our pickaxes have definitely taken a hit here. I may or may not have repaired them multiple times, but I mean, dude, this place is insane. So the next phase is to take it one step further and upgrade the atmosphere of this place just a little bit more. How exactly am I going to do that, you're asking? Well, throughout the space here, I want to disperse end rods so that it looks like energy is beaming from the ground up into the sky, which of course for that means we'll need blaze rods and chorus fruit. All right, cue the blaze montage. All right, blaze rods acquired. Now let's head to the end. Ow. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so thanks to our looting 3 sword and the sheer abundance of chorus fruit in the end, we've managed to grab 6 stacks of each of these items, which means once we smelt up the chorus fruit, we should have plenty of end rods here. Alright, let's get smelting. Alright, so we've managed to smelt up our 6 stacks of chorus fruit here, which means after a little bit of crafting, we should have a full shulker box of end rods. We're a little bit short, but I think it'll do. And of course, now that we've acquired them, it's time to put them into the build. All right, so we've made it back to the build site. The question now is how exactly do I want to get these end rods into the build? I'm thinking maybe a little bit of this. Boom. And guys, tell me that doesn't look so cool. I feel like it adds this like ascension feel, like I'm sort of levitating up towards the sky. A bonus of having these end rods here as well is that I think it spawn proofs it enough so that ghasts can't spawn in here, which believe me is definitely going to be a positive. Right now, to be honest, the atmosphere is looking pretty much exactly how I wanted it to look. However, it feels a little empty and kind of lonely in a way. So I feel like we're definitely in need of some angels here just to populate the area a little bit. Now I have 2 options here. I could either build a bunch of angel statues, or to make it feel a little bit more dynamic and alive, bring in some real life angels. And to be honest, I think I'm going to go with the second option here. Oh my god, really? Why do my portals always spawn in a cave? All right, I think we found our angels. Right, come on guys, in you go. Angels acquired. Look at them flying with me, man. Ah! Oh yeah, we somehow lost one on the way, so we're down to 3. Oh my god. Bro, I need to pay more attention. Dude, he took my totem from me. Give it back, you little rat. Oh my god, I actually can't. This is so... Okay, after a bit of a frustrating journey, we're back at the build site, which of course means we can start breeding these guys up. Now, I think I'm going to go through a few stacks of amethyst here, just until we get to the point where the atmosphere feels like it's really lively. Alrighty guys, I think we're done here. I'm pretty happy with the amount that we have. I think any more would be a little too crowded. It feels like just the right amount. And it definitely does add a bit of life to the room. I mean, I feel a little less lonely, which is kind of the point. But yeah, it's looking a little nicer. It's looking a little bit more occupied. It's looking a little more... I don't know. But what I do know is that this marks the end of this phase and the beginning of the final phase of this project. So to level up this build to its final form, the last phase is to incorporate the little details to make this place really insane. The first thing I want to do is add some support pillars to the area, but not just any pillars. I'm picturing the most ethereal, divine, and grand looking pillars possible. Sticking with the white theme, but also adding a touch of gold, as I think it communicates grandness and luxury. And thanks to our insanely efficient gold farm from episode 7, we already have plenty of gold to get started here, so let's do exactly that and get started. All right, that's the first pillar in there. How should I get down from here? All right, that'll do. Anyways, as I was saying, we got the first pillar in here. Obviously, it's not just going to be a stack of gold blocks. We're going to add plenty more details to this. But for now, I just want to get the structure in so we can see what it looks like. Okay, boom. So we have a row of 3 here. I think I'm going to make like a grid of 9. So 2 more rows either side of these. And once those are in, we can start thinking about the details of these pillars. All right. So we have our grid of 9 in here. We haven't even started on the details of these and they already look pretty dang sick. I cannot wait to get the details of these in. It's just going to look absolutely mental. As for the details themselves, I'm going to need a pretty significant amount of quartz for this. So I'm going to spend the next little bit of time here mining for some quartz. Okay, so after a lot of mining and a bit of manual bartering, we have a decent amount of quartz here. So I'm going to continue to craft these up into quartz blocks, use a stone cutter to put them into the materials that I actually need, and then we can get to work on the details. All right, we made it back to the build site. I'm going to unload my inventory here real quick and then get straight to work on these pillars. Quick little update. This is how the base of the pillar is going to look. I'm really happy with how the dark shades of the calcite kind of merge into the dark shades of the diorite and then go into the pure whites of the quartz. Dispersed across this entire pillar, I think it's going to really communicate the idea. All right, I think we're done with the first pillar here. Let's take a quick look. Oh yeah, that's going to look really nice. Let's just crack on with the rest of them. Alright, another quick little update here. We have a whole row in. I'm starting to run out of quartz, so I'm going to need to stock up on a little bit after this. But yeah, I mean, I'm super happy with this. I think it looks phenomenal. I'm really excited to get the rest of these in and then finally finish up this project. Wait a sec. I need a little bit more quartz. Alright, we're good now. Let's continue. Guys, what the? Anyways, we have officially put the last pillar in, and bro, that just adds the most incredible touch to this place. I mean, it looked pretty sick before, and it looks even better with these pillars in. And with the completion of this, we only have one thing left to do. I'm sure you've noticed all of the carpet has burnt due to various incidents involving fire and lava. So the last step of this project is to put our carpets back in. Once we finish that, we can call it a wrap. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the final reveal. In episode 1 of this series, I built a mysterious world core at the center of spawn, a mysterious beam of energy at 0-0 that to this day has remained a mystery. But today, I uncover that mystery and the answer was always the end. Every dimension has its own energy, and in the end, all of it, the void, the shulkers, the dragon, gets pulled into one point, the exit portal. The portal leading straight to the overworld. So I built what's actually happening on the other side, a vortex, a tornado of end energy funneling straight down towards the portal and into the overworld. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another hardcore episode, and today is actually a very exciting episode. Not only will we be building in the end dimension for the first time, but in this episode, we'll finally hit 1,000 days in this world. And yeah, guys, we've built some pretty crazy things in this world so far, but I think it's time we finally move to the end dimension and put our attention there. I thought it wouldn't be a true hardcore Minecraft series if I didn't transform the end at some point, but in true Shinjiru fashion, I'm going to be doing the bare minimum. Oh my god, I'm so lazy. Will I be destroying the entire end island? No. Will I be replacing every single end stone block? No. Will I be building one of the most insane and abstract looking structures you've ever seen? Actually, yes. So to begin, as I mentioned, I'm not going to revamp the entire terrain here, and I actually kind of want to keep it how it spawns in, which means rather than destroying everything, I'm actually going to have to rebuild some things, since I may or may not have stolen a little bit of this tower here. Okay, both of the pillars have been restored. As long as no one mentions that they're hollow on the inside, we should be fine. So the first material that we're going to need is... Dude, okay, bro, I'm trying to explain something here, please. Oh my god. Okay, anyways, as I was saying, the first thing that we're going to need is a ridiculous amount of sea lanterns. So of course I'm going to visit our overpowered prismarine farm to check this off as the first thing on our list. Alright, so I'm going to AFK here for a bit and I'll see you guys when I have 6 shulker boxes of sea lanterns. Alright guys, so after about a day and a half of AFKing this farm, and no, I'm not joking about that, we finally have about 6 shulker boxes here of sea lanterns, which means we can finally move on to yet again collecting a bunch of sand. Yep, yet another episode where Shinjiru collects millions of sand. So I'm obviously going to head to the sand duper for this, and I'm also going to cross off another material simultaneously while I'm there. All right, so the other material I'm going to need is a bunch of magenta concrete. And of course, I'm going to use the gravity block duper to actually obtain these. So all I need to do is craft one of these up, and then I can pop it in the duper, and we should be sweet to go. Alrighty, there we go. Magenta concrete powder acquired. So let's head over to the sand duper and get these materials. Okie dokie, we've made it to the duping machine here. I reckon I'm going to go with 3 lines of sand here, and then on the 4th line, we go with the magenta concrete powder, just because I'm going to need a significant amount more of glass than actually this concrete. So I think this should do. So what I'm going to do is flip this on and then flip the other side on and hop over to the end to see how much we're generating. Ow. Oh my god, lag spike. Okay, yeah, perfect. So that looks like it's generating, well, I mean... So I'm going to unload these sea lanterns here real quick, and then I'm going to AFK the sand duper just for a little bit until we have enough sand for the build. Oh my days. Wait a sec. Yeah, okay. I forgot that this farm is actually running the entire time I spend any second on this world. So we already have way more than enough sand for this build. I might actually need to chuck some of this out and make space for just the magenta concrete powder. But just quickly before I do that, I'm going to go back to the sand duper and replace all the lines with magenta concrete powder because we don't need any more sand. All right, we made it back. I'm going to switch these off real quick and replace these lines here. All right, sweet. Let's switch them back on. Okay, that's much better. And we're going to need to clear out a little bit of space here just for the magenta concrete. So let's start clearing out this sand. Alright, we cleared out the double chests of sand, and as for the sand itself, we definitely have more than enough here. So what I actually want to do now is build another super smelter right here next to the duping machine, just so I can smelt up all the sand into glass while I generate the magenta concrete powder. So I'm going to get cracking on gathering the materials for this super smelter, and hopefully we can do that without too many troubles at all, and we can get started on this right away. Okay, so I was gathering the materials for the super smelter, and I realized that I need some dead coral, and guess what? The closest coral reef is 10,000 blocks away. So I'm going to grab some obsidian real quick, head to the nether roof, and travel 10,000 blocks, I guess. Alrighty, guys. So fun fact, it was actually 20,000 blocks away, but nevertheless, we've made it to our destination. So all I got to do now is build this portal up, and once we head through, we can grab our coral. Oh my days. Really? Yeah, as I suspected, another cave. Nice. All right, well, let's try and get out of here. All right, we made it out of the cave. I don't see a coral reef, though. Okay, so there is a coral reef here, but barely. I mean, it's like 3 pieces here. All right, so I need the dead fire coral fan. Is it this? Oh, I probably need shears. Okay, never mind. Maybe silk touch. Yep, okay, silk touch it is. And I need the fire coral fan. Fire coral. Okay, I need the fan. Must be this one, eh? Yes, got it. All right, let's head back. We came all the way here just for that. Such riveting gameplay. Oh, I'm gonna drown. Anyways, let's head back. Such a random tower. Light this up. Let's go. All right, let's head back. Oh my god, I needed 2. Bro, you're joking. Why am I so dumb? Okay, we got 2. Now let's head back. Okie dokie, let's put this shulker box down and get building this machine. Okay, guys, I believe with this powered rail here, this entire super smelter is actually done. So if I head up this way and switch this clock on, this carpet is going to begin duping, which is our fuel. Once there's a little bit of fuel, this is going to trigger and take all the carpets down through the furnaces, which means all we need to do is put our sand in this double chest here, and it should run along all of these 32 furnaces and smelt up. So let's stop talking about it and just give it a test. So let's head over this way, load this chest up with sand, and I guess let's just see how fast this happens. Oh my god, bro, I just put it in. I just put it in. Oh my days. All right, well, this is going to take no time at all. All right, I'm going to keep filling up this chest and I'll see you guys when all the sand is smelted. Okay, so after another like 3.5 days, we finally smelted up all this sand and we have enough glass. I think overall it was like 13 shulker boxes of glass, which compared to the last project isn't actually that much. Oh yeah, and also while that was smelting up, we managed to get all the shulker boxes we need of the concrete powder. So with these 4 stacks here, we have just about 7 shulker boxes full, which means we can finally move on to progressing with this build. Oh boy, that's going to start lagging out my world in a sec. I'll deal with that later. So what I'm going to do is quickly unload all these materials into this little chest monster here, and then we can start working on obtaining the dye for the glass and also wetting all the concrete, since we obviously can't use concrete powder and we're going to need to turn it all into concrete at some point. Alright, everything has been unloaded. Let's go build this dye farm, baby. Alrighty, guys. So we're going to build another one of these flower farms that we built in a couple episodes ago. The reason I'm going to build another one is that the problem with this one here is that it only generates yellow flowers. And to make magenta dye, we need a mix of blue and red flowers. We already have a ridiculous amount of red flowers from this iron farm that we've been running since day 1. So realistically, we just need a supply of blue flowers. So I'm going to gather the materials for this flower farm and find a biome where blue flowers spawn and get cracking on building this straight away. As you can see, this is a very expensive farm to build. Okie dokie, as mentioned, we have plenty of red flowers, so I think I'm going to build it right here where all these blue flowers spawn. It's right on top of this little hill here. It's kind of aesthetic actually, so I'm just going to put my stuff down here and build. Okay, I think that's it. I believe all we got to do now is just load this chest up with bone meal and flick the machine on. There we go. Okay, it's generating a decent amount of blue flowers, so I think I'll just sit here for a couple minutes and see how much we can collect. All right, so it was like legitimately 3 minutes, and I mean, we have all of the flowers we need. So I'm going to quickly convert these all into dye, chuck them in a shulker box, and then head over to our red flowers to obtain all of our magenta dye. Okay, that's all the blue dye. Alrighty, 2.5 shulker boxes of red dye acquired. So the last thing we're going to need, obviously, for the pink dye is some white dye, because obviously red plus white equals pink. So I'm going to head over to the mob farm, grab some bone meal, turn it into white dye, and then we should be good to dye all this glass. All right, okay, we definitely have enough bones to make all of the dye that we need, so I'm going to craft all this up real quick. Okay, so update. What this means is once we head back to the end, we can dye up all of our glass. Once we've dyed up all of our glass, the only thing left is the concrete, and then we can get started on this build. So let's start with the pink dye, since I think it's going to be a little simpler to craft up. Boom. All right, full shulker box of pink dye, and that means I'm going to move on to the purple dye now. All right, that's all the purple dye we need as well. So we have all the pink and all the purple dye. So now comes the extremely riveting part of dyeing all of the glass up. So yeah, I'm probably going to put some music on and I'll see you guys when that's all done. Oh my days. All right. My wrists kind of hurt from all that crafting, but we finally crafted up all of the pink stained glass and all of the purple stained glass. It's an absolutely absurd amount of glass, not to mention the absurd amount of all the other materials we have. Yeah, this build's going to be pretty insane. But anyways, back on track. Now that we've dyed up all the glass, it means we can finally work on getting this concrete. So yeah, we're going to need to turn all of this magenta concrete powder into concrete. And considering there's so much of it, doing it manually is going to take way too long. So I'm going to do some research and build a concrete wetting machine. And after we've done that, we can actually get started on this build. All right, let's begin gathering the materials for this farm. Boom, yet another game-changing transition from me. All right, anyways, let's go build this thing. I reckon I'll slap this right in the middle of this grass field here, since I can't really be bothered finding a different place for it. So this is going to be the build location. For now, it's just going to be a floating bunch of blocks in the sky, but I might decorate it in the future. Okay, the big floating machine is done, meaning all we need to do is fill up these 3 chests here with our concrete powder. Okay, we filled up most of the chests here and a little bit of the hoppers. So what I'm going to do is flick this on and give it a test. So if I hold this place blocked, oh my god. Okay, this shouldn't take too long at all. All right, guys, so that actually took a surprisingly short amount of time. All of our concrete is loaded up into these chests here. So all we need to do is put it into our shulker boxes and then transfer it over to the build site. All right, that's our 8th shulker box loaded up. Let's head on over to the build site. All right, let's load these materials up. I probably should have built this a little bit closer to the center of the island, but hey, I like to make things a little bit more difficult for myself. Okay, the moment has finally come. Let's begin this build. So I'm going to go in with the block palette here, and I think I'm just going to work on getting the shape of this main part in. And once I've kind of sketched out the shape, I'll check in with you guys. Okay, guys, I'm a little scared. We're very, very high up, but we've managed to put all of the rings in here. So this is kind of the general structure of the build. I don't know if you can really tell what the shape is going to look like, but I'm going to fill in all of these walls here to make one big kind of cone flipped on its head. I mean, it obviously looks trash right now, but I promise once this vision comes to life, it's going to look absolutely insane. Okie dokie, just a little check up here. It's starting to come together really well. It's got this kind of scaly pattern, which I'm really loving. But yeah, I can only imagine what this is going to look like all the way down to the bottom. I'm really excited to get all this done. So let's just crack on with it. All right, everyone, these last few blocks here are going to be the final placements of the main structure. And yeah, guys, this is the exact look I wanted. It's almost hypnotic in a way. Super cool, but we're not done just yet. It's a little plain at the moment with not a lot of supporting visuals to enhance the effect. So what I'm going to do now is go in with our sea lanterns and create what I can only describe as enlarged particle effects. But just quickly, before I do that, let's take one quick moment just to appreciate this. Again, like, I don't know if I'm delusional, but I think it looks pretty cool. It's kind of like one of those old school dropper maps. Definitely got an element of nostalgia here. But anyways, like I said, let's go in with these enlarged particle effects here. Again, don't worry, it'll make a lot more sense once you see it. Okay guys, check this out. Do you see what I mean about the enlarged particle effect? Tell me you see the vision. Anyways, imagine like, I don't know, 20 of these scattered all around this structure. I think it's going to look pretty sick, so let's just crack on with it. Alright, that is the last particle in place. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a final look. This definitely has to be one of my most breathtaking builds ever. I mean, it's just like, it's stunning. Like, I have no other word to describe it. Again, like, I don't know if I'm majorly overplaying this, but in my opinion, this looks pretty sick. Yeah, dude. I mean, very much content with this build, to say the least. And guys, that is officially 1,000 days survived in this world. It's been a hell of a journey. I've had the best time of my life, and I cannot thank you all enough for the support along the way. Here's to much, much more to come. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.